Across late medieval Europe, something striking and still not fully explained took place. Thousands of villages were gradually abandoned. Historians have long tried to understand why this happened, yet no single answer fits every region. On the European continent, these deserted settlements are often linked to declining populations and falling grain prices, trends that began to take hold during the 14th century. In England, however, the story has traditionally been told differently. There, village abandonment is often connected to landowners who enclosed open fields and shifted towards sheep farming, seeking higher profits after the mid-15th century. This contrast has led many scholars to describe England as an exception, where villages were not simply fading due to economic decline, but were actively reshaped or displaced by changing agricultural priorities. Yet this sharp distinction may be misleading. England did not exist in isolation, and it experienced many of the same pressures affecting the rest of Europe. Population losses, economic adjustments, and long-term shifts in land use all played a role across the continent, and England was no different. While landlords and enclosure certainly contributed to the disappearance of some villages, they were only part of a much broader transformation. Over time, rural society itself was changing. Fields were reorganized, farming practices evolved, and communities that had once been viable began to struggle. In this sense, the abandonment of English villages was not simply the result of deliberate actions by landowners, but also a consequence of deeper, long-term changes that reshaped the medieval countryside. Studying these vanished settlements is not straightforward. The surviving evidence is scattered and often incomplete, making it difficult to build a clear, continuous picture of what happened across the entire country. Instead, historians rely on detailed regional studies, piecing together local examples to understand broader patterns. One such region, the West Midlands, offers especially rich material. This area contains a remarkably high number of deserted village sites, with particularly dense concentrations in low-lying river valleys, clay plains, and certain upland zones like the Cotswolds. In contrast, woodland areas show far fewer signs of abandonment, suggesting that geography played an important role in determining which communities survived and which did not. Even within this region, the pattern is uneven. Some districts lost a significant portion of their settlements, while others remained relatively stable. In certain areas, entire clusters of villages disappeared, leaving large stretches of land without any permanent habitation. This uneven distribution highlights the complexity of the process. Desertion was not a single event or a uniform trend, but rather a series of local developments shaped by environmental conditions, economic pressures, and social structures. Although the West Midlands cannot represent all of England, its similarities with other central regions suggest that the patterns observed there reflect wider national trends. The disappearance of entire villages is only part of the story. In many places, settlements did not vanish completely, but instead shrank over time. Archaeological evidence reveals traces of former houses, scattered building materials, and fragments of pottery, indicating that once thriving communities gradually contracted. Some sites show dozens of abandoned dwellings, even in areas where settlement had been more dispersed, such as woodland regions. These findings suggest that depopulation was not limited to a particular type of landscape, but affected a wide range of rural environments. However, many of these smaller changes remain less studied, and their full significance is still not fully understood. To understand late medieval village abandonment, it is important to look further back in time. Settlement patterns in England had never been entirely fixed. Archaeological discoveries reveal that earlier communities, including those from the Anglo-Saxon period, were also abandoned at various points. In some cases, places recorded in early documents later disappeared entirely, leaving behind only faint traces in the landscape or in place names that no longer correspond to existing settlements. These earlier examples suggest that movement and change were always part of rural life. One key process behind these early shifts was the gradual concentration of scattered settlements into more compact villages. Over time, populations moved and reorganized themselves, forming the larger, more centralized communities that became typical of much of medieval England. As a result, some smaller or less favorable locations were left behind. This process shows that abandonment did not always signal decline. In some cases, it was a byproduct of growth, as people relocated to places offering better opportunities, leaving other sites to fade away. By the late 11th century, settlement patterns had become more stable, and many communities continued to exist for centuries afterward. However, even then, change had not completely stopped. Some places recorded in early surveys no longer appeared in later documents, or survived only as field names, rather than living communities. This suggests that the process of consolidation was still ongoing, with some settlements disappearing as others expanded or shifted. Landowners also played a role in reshaping the landscape, though their influence varied. In certain cases, villages were removed or relocated to make way for estates, parks, or monastic lands. Religious institutions, in particular, could acquire large areas and reorganize them for their own purposes, sometimes displacing existing communities. Individual landlords could also absorb tenant holdings into their own estates, transforming cultivated land into directly managed property. However, such actions rarely led to widespread or systematic abandonment across entire regions. In many cases, landlords preferred to maintain their tenants as they provided a steady source of income, while tenants themselves were often reluctant to leave due to limited access to land elsewhere. The early 14th century marks a decisive shift in the story of medieval rural life. Around the year 1300, the countryside began to change in ways that would shape the fate of countless villages over the next 2 centuries. Expansion slowed, and in many regions it came to a halt. Land that had once been cleared and cultivated was no longer maintained with the same intensity. Fields began to fall out of use, soil lost its productivity, and entire strips of arable land were quietly turned into pasture. Across many manors, records start to reflect a growing pattern. Empty holdings, struggling tenants, and plots of land left untouched because no one remained to work them. By the early 1340s, these pressures had become visible in certain areas with particular clarity. In parts of Gloucestershire and Oxfordshire, entire communities were already showing signs of distress. In some villages, large portions of farmland lay idle, sometimes reaching hundreds of acres. Elsewhere, tenants were described as too poor or too weak to sustain their obligations, while in other places people simply left, seeking better prospects beyond their home settlements. Some villages would later vanish entirely, but even at this early stage the warning signs were unmistakable. Fields went uncultivated, homes stood empty, and communities began to fragment from within. These difficulties did not appear suddenly. Earlier in the century, periods of crisis had already exposed the fragility of rural life. During times of famine, some villages were described as small, impoverished, and unable to sustain more than a handful of tenants. What makes these early examples significant is their location. Many of them were situated in regions that would later become centres of large-scale village abandonment. This suggests that what was happening was not a short-term disruption, but the early phase of a much longer transformation. The areas affected were not newly settled frontiers or marginal lands. On the contrary, they were long-established communities with reasonably productive soils. The problem lay elsewhere. In some cases, cultivation had been pushed too far, stretching the land beyond its limits. In others, the balance between farming and livestock had been disrupted, reducing soil fertility and making agriculture harder to sustain. Economic pressures also played a role. Rent demands, combined with frequent taxation, placed heavy burdens on tenants, weakening their ability to remain on their holdings. Over time, these combined pressures created a slow but steady erosion of rural stability. After the Great Plague of the mid-14th century, the evidence for village decline becomes much more widespread. The disease itself did not usually erase entire communities in a single blow, but it left many settlements severely weakened. With fewer people to work the land, some villages struggled to recover. In certain cases, the population never returned to previous levels, and the remaining inhabitants eventually drifted away. Sometimes, the plague simply accelerated a process that had already begun. Villages that had been declining before the outbreak were pushed beyond recovery, their remaining inhabitants disappearing within a few years. During the later 14th century, numerous villages began to show clear signs of abandonment or contraction. In some places, most tenants had already left, leaving behind only a few scattered households. Elsewhere, large numbers of holdings passed into the direct control of landlords, who chose to convert them into pasture rather than attempt to attract new tenants. This was not always a sudden transformation. In many villages, the process unfolded gradually, as empty plots accumulated, and the structure of the community slowly dissolved. Some settlements entered a prolonged period of decline that lasted well into the 15th century, even after the immediate effects of the plague had passed. Many villages retained only a fraction of their former population. Over time, the number of tenants continued to fall, sometimes over several generations. A village that once supported dozens of households might be reduced to a handful, and eventually to none at all. In some cases, land that had once been divided among many tenants was consolidated into a few large holdings, often managed as pasture rather than arable fields. The shift from cultivation to grazing marked a fundamental change in how the land was used, and it often signalled the final stage in a village's existence. The physical traces of these changes can still be seen in the landscape. Earthworks mark the outlines of former houses, and abandoned plots can be identified where cottages once stood. In some places, entire clusters of dwellings disappeared, leaving only faint impressions in the ground. Archaeological evidence shows that this process was rarely uniform. Different parts of the same village might be abandoned at different times, reflecting a gradual and uneven decline, rather than a single moment of collapse. Although this slow reduction in population and activity was widespread, it did not always attract attention at the time. Many villages continued to function, albeit in diminished form, and their decline was not always immediately obvious. However, by the later 15th century, a new phase began to emerge, one that was more visible and more controversial. Observers of the period began to comment on the disappearance of villages, often blaming landowners for driving out tenants and enclosing land for private use. These accusations were not entirely unfounded. In some cases, landlords did indeed reorganize their estates, converting arable land into pasture and removing the remaining inhabitants. There are examples where fields were enclosed, homes were abandoned, and communities were effectively erased. However, a closer examination reveals that many of these villages had already been in decline long before such actions took place. Enclosure and eviction often represented the final stage of a process that had been unfolding for decades. Official investigations into rural change, carried out in the early 16th century, provide further insight into this process. These records describe houses falling into ruin, tenants leaving their homes and ploughlands being replaced by pasture. Yet they rarely point to sudden, large-scale destruction. Instead, they capture the closing chapter of a much longer story, a gradual weakening of rural communities that had begun generations earlier. In many cases, the language used suggests that villages were not forcibly destroyed, but rather allowed to fade as populations dwindled and economic conditions shifted. It is also important to recognise that landlords were not always eager to see their villages disappear. In fact, many made considerable efforts to maintain their tenant populations. Some attempted to prevent migration, requiring tenants to remain on their holdings or compelling others to take over abandoned land. Others invested resources in repairing buildings, offering financial support or materials to ensure that houses remained habitable. These actions suggest that, for much of the period, landlords still valued the presence of tenants and the income they provided. Despite these efforts, maintaining rural communities became increasingly difficult. As opportunities elsewhere grew and mobility increased, tenants were less willing to remain tied to declining villages. Attempts to enforce obligations often failed, and over time, authorities began to accept that they could no longer control the movement of people as they once had. Even substantial investments in buildings and infrastructure were sometimes unable to reverse the trend. In some places, the struggle to preserve settlements became particularly intense. Orders were issued demanding repairs, penalties were imposed on those who neglected their responsibilities, and in certain cases, buildings were reconstructed at the expense of the landowner. Yet these measures were not always successful. By the later 15th century, some communities had reached a point where recovery was no longer possible. Efforts to enforce maintenance gave way to more general and less effective measures, reflecting a growing recognition that the decline could not easily be stopped. The abandonment of villages in late medieval England was therefore not the result of a single cause or a single moment of crisis. It was a long, complex process, shaped by environmental pressures, economic change, demographic shifts, and human decisions. In some cases, villages were actively transformed or absorbed into new forms of land use. In others, they simply faded away as their populations dwindled and their economic foundations eroded. Together, these abandoned settlements tell the story of a countryside in transition, where stability gave way to change and where the rhythms of rural life were quietly but profoundly reshaped over time. Landlords in the later Middle Ages were deeply anxious about the loss of rental income, and for that reason they rarely gave concessions unless pressure forced them to do so. In many places they tried to hold firm for as long as possible, but by the 15th century it had become clear that stubbornness could ruin an estate as easily as generosity could weaken it. Some estate officers openly warned that excessive demands would drive tenants away and leave manors in collapse. Elsewhere, when large numbers of holdings stood empty and the remaining villagers threatened to leave as well, rents had to be cut simply to keep the settlement alive. In villages already under strain, the old financial terms could no longer be sustained. Holdings that had once brought in respectable annual rents were let for sharply reduced sums, and the fees that new tenants normally paid to enter possession were often dropped altogether. In healthier communities, the old charges might still survive, but in declining places, landlords were clearly willing to sacrifice income in the short term rather than lose their tenant body completely. Their actions suggest that in most cases they did not want villages to disappear. This matters because the older idea of widespread, calculated depopulation assumes a class of landlords who were bold, fast-moving, and eager to reorganize the countryside at every opportunity. The evidence points to something more hesitant. Many landlords and their officials appear cautious, slow to act, and often uncertain about how to respond to a changing rural economy. Even the enclosure of land left vacant by departing tenants could take many years. Lesser landowners, especially members of the gentry, may have been more capable of adapting because they watched their estates more closely and had fewer resources to waste. When rent income fell, and a village was visibly weakening, some of them eventually chose to remove the last tenants and convert the land to enclosed pasture. Yet deserted villages were not found only on gentry estates. They also appeared on properties belonging to major lay lords and church institutions, groups not usually associated with rapid or adventurous economic change. That wider distribution suggests that village desertion cannot be explained simply as the aggressive policy of one social class. Another force in the countryside, less visible but often influential, was the farmer who leased and managed the lord's domain. These men could shape the fate of a settlement in powerful ways. In one village, the local vicar complained bitterly that the community was collapsing because the farmer was driving people out. Buildings were falling into ruin, cottages were disappearing, and land that villagers had depended on was being taken away from them. The complaint did not describe some distant theory of change. It presented a place that seemed to be approaching destruction in real time. The vicar argued that preserving an entire community mattered more than enriching a single man. Surviving manorial records from the same place support that picture. They show vacant holdings, ruined houses, and a village under serious pressure. In that case, the lord eventually replaced the farmer with local tenants as leaseholders, and the settlement survived. Cases like this raise the possibility that other Damascene farmers, less well documented, also pushed fragile villages closer to collapse. The fate of abandoned land after a village declined reveals how varied the process really was. If every desertion had been driven by a simple plan to evict tenants and turn fields into profitable grazing, the pattern would be much more uniform. Instead, many former village lands passed through long periods of uncertainty. Some fell into semi-waste and brought in only token rents. Grassland spread across former field systems, but it was not always organised immediately into efficient enclosed farms. Sometimes, neighbouring villagers grazed animals there on a modest scale. In places where several lords had claims in the same village, even the question of who owned the grazing rights could become confused after the community had vanished. Local memory had to be consulted in order to reconstruct customs that no longer had a living village to sustain them. Quite often, the landlord was not the first or even the main beneficiary of village decline. Land vacated by one household might be taken up by neighbours or by tenants from nearby settlements. In many shrinking villages, a few remaining tenants accumulated increasingly large holdings, as more and more land fell vacant around them. Holdings that once would have been divided among several families could end up concentrated in only one or two hands. This kind of accumulation is easy enough to imagine, but it raises another question: how such large units were managed in a countryside where labour was scarce. In some places, arable farming clearly continued, showing that these enlarged holdings were not automatically converted to pasture. Yet it is hard to believe they were always worked to their full potential. Some may have been underused, and some do not seem to have attracted eager successors when their holders died. Still, a strong tenant with extensive resources could alter the whole balance of a village. A dominant occupier, especially one focused on livestock, may have helped to hasten the departure of the remaining inhabitants. Land, accumulated by absentees, could also weaken a settlement, draining away both labour and social cohesion. Eventually, and sometimes only after many years of partial neglect or limited use, former village lands could be reorganised into highly productive enclosed units. Where enough capital and authority were available, the opportunity was obvious. Some landlords took direct control, consolidating large tracts into stock farms centred on sheep and cattle. These enterprises could become far more profitable than the older village economy had been. They required only a small workforce, supplied meat, dairy products, and wool and often generated striking increases in estate income. In other cases, landlords preferred to lease the enclosed pastures to outside operators. These lessees might be gentlemen, urban graziers, butchers, or ambitious entrepreneurs, building up commercial farming interests. Rents from such enclosed sites could rise far beyond what the same land had yielded in its final years as a struggling village. The transformation was not always immediate, and it was certainly not universal, but when it happened, it created a very different kind of rural landscape. One more concentrated, more market-oriented, and more dependent on pastoral production than on the older balance of village cultivation. To understand why some villages disappeared while others survived, it is not enough to examine landlords alone. The internal condition of peasant communities also mattered. Nearly every village in the later Middle Ages faced pressure. Population declined across a long period, stretching from the mid-14th century into the 15th, and in many places there was no real recovery until the early 16th century. Most settlements lost a large share of their people. Some, however, suffered much more severe decline than their neighbours. Plague was certainly part of the larger demographic crisis, but the differences between villages cannot be explained simply by disease, striking one place harder than another. Even severe outbreaks did not usually erase whole communities. The deeper issue was movement. Rural society became increasingly mobile, especially after 1400. As opportunities opened elsewhere and old manorial controls weakened, people left more easily and more often. Even stable villages saw families come and go over time, but in vulnerable settlements the turnover was far sharper. Names disappeared from the record with startling speed. Families that had once formed the backbone of a community vanished within a generation or two, and few holdings passed steadily from father to son. Instead, land changed hands rapidly, was surrendered to the lord, or stood empty between occupants. The surviving documents from some declining villages are full of these signs of instability. Holdings were given up, taken briefly, abandoned again, and inherited only rarely. This kind of transience suggests communities that were no longer rooted in the older patterns of continuity. The geography of survival was not random. Woodland zones and river valleys often seem to have retained population more successfully, while open field regions such as the Feldon of Warwickshire and the Cotswolds proved more vulnerable. The difference may lie in the farming systems on which those villages depended. In the Great Age of expansion, many of the open field communities had developed a highly specialised form of agriculture based on extensive arable cultivation under strict communal regulation. That system worked well when grain production was central. But as demand for grain weakened, especially from the late 14th century onward, rural producers increasingly turned toward more mixed farming with a stronger emphasis on pasture. In landscapes where enclosure and varied land use were already common, adaptation was easier. In heavily organised open field communities, change was harder to manage. That does not mean the open fields were completely rigid. Strips could be converted, small enclosures could appear, and grazing could expand. But each of these adjustments created tension. Boundaries, rights, and customary rules had to be renegotiated in a system designed for a different balance of land use. Court records from many villages show disputes over encroachment, neglect of boundary markers, and unauthorized occupation of land. In villages already in decline, these pressures seem to have been even more severe. Tenants appropriate strips they did not legally hold. Meadow and arable were enclosed bit by bit. Old field boundaries lost their force because the social fabric that had maintained them was weakening. Once that discipline began to loosen, the entire communal system became more fragile. Livestock created another source of strain. As more villagers and outsiders tried to expand grazing, common pasture came under pressure. In many manners, individuals were accused of keeping too many animals on land meant to support a broader community. Usually these disputes involved manageable numbers, but in some cases the scale was extraordinary. Large flocks could overwhelm the resources of a declining village and threaten its remaining balance between tillage and pasture. Where this happened, the transformation of the countryside was no longer gradual adaptation alone. It became a direct challenge to the village's ability to survive as a communal settlement. Yet even these pressures do not fully explain why some villages disappeared and others endured. The settlements that proved most vulnerable do not seem, in general, to have occupied especially poor soils. Most had farmed land of average quality and had existed successfully for centuries before decline set in. Their disappearance was not simply a retreat from bad land, nor can it be blamed on climate alone. Instead, certain shared characteristics hint at deeper weaknesses. Many of the villages that later vanished had always been relatively small. They were often not the main settlement in their parish, but secondary places of lesser status. Small size and low rank may have made them less attractive to both existing residents and newcomers. As population fell further, the balance of village life could become impossible to maintain. A community needed labourers, craftsmen, brewing, exchange, and everyday social interaction. Once numbers dropped too low, those ordinary functions began to fail. Signs of that weakening can appear in surprisingly small details. In one declining village, only a single brewer was still selling ale in the early 15th century, and later, even that trade disappeared. Such a detail may seem minor, but it points to a wider truth. A village was not only a collection of holdings, it was also a social organism held together by routine services, labour relationships, and shared daily life. When those disappeared, the incentive to remain weakened further. Proximity to other settlements also mattered. Many vulnerable villages stood very close to neighbouring communities. In such landscapes, the loss of one settlement could become part of a broader thinning out of an overcrowded rural pattern. If another village lay only a short distance away, migration became easier and survival less necessary. The social structure of tenure may also have affected vulnerability. In some cases, villages that later disappeared had a high proportion of unfree customary tenants before decline began. Such tenure was less attractive in a world where movement was becoming easier and opportunities elsewhere were growing. At the same time, the economies of these vulnerable places seem to have been heavily agricultural. Villages with significant cloth production or metalworking do not generally appear among the deserted settlements. Communities with broader economic bases may have had better chances of adapting to the pressures of the later Middle Ages, while those dependent almost entirely on farming were more exposed when the agrarian balance shifted. Even so, no single trait offers a complete answer. The most convincing explanation is a combination of pressures. Some villages were weaker because they were small, secondary, heavily dependent on open field cultivation, or limited in economic variety. Others may have survived similar disadvantages but were undone by circumstance. An aggressive landlord, a damaging Demean farmer, an absentee landholder, or a powerful tenant who upset the local balance. Chance, as well as structure, played its part. Although this picture emerges from one particular region, it is unlikely to be unique. Archaeology from other parts of England often points to the same broad pattern. Long, uneven decline, with final abandonment sometimes reached by the early 15th century, and sometimes after a prolonged fading away. Detailed documentary work in other counties may reveal local differences, but the wider forces at work were not confined to one landscape. Population decline, increased movement, pressure on open field agriculture, tension within village society and the weakening of seigneurial authority were all widespread features of the period. None of this should be read as a story of simple economic collapse. The disappearance of villages certainly meant loss, dislocation, and the end of long-established communities. But the abandoned land did not become useless. Fields no longer needed for grain could provide badly needed pasture. Neighbouring villages could make use of the grassland, and in some places those former village lands became the basis for large enclosed farms that were commercially efficient and highly productive. The old village landscape was shrinking, but a different rural economy was taking shape in its place. In that sense, village desertion was not only an ending, it was also part of a broader reorganisation of the English countryside, as medieval patterns of settlement gave way to a new agrarian world. One of the most familiar divisions in the English landscape is the contrast between regions of nucleated villages and regions where people lived in hamlets, farmsteads, or scattered clusters. This contrast was already established by the 12th century, and in some places it may go back several centuries earlier. A broad zone of village-based settlement stretched through the middle of England, running from the northeast down toward the southwest. On either side of that central belt lay landscapes dominated by more dispersed forms of habitation. Yet the pattern was never absolute. Hamlets and isolated farms could still be found inside village country, just as compact villages sometimes appeared in regions otherwise known for scattered settlement. The map was not divided by hard boundaries. What mattered was the prevailing form in each area, not an exact line. These contrasting settlement types were tied to equally distinct systems of farming. The large nucleated villages were usually associated with open fields, often arranged in the familiar two-field or three-field pattern. In the dispersed landscapes, by contrast, landholding was more often based on enclosed plots or irregular field systems. These differences shaped the look of the countryside for centuries. Earlier, writers described the open field districts as champion country and the more enclosed zones as woodland country. In one type of landscape, communal cultivation and broad expanses of ploughland dominated daily life. In the other, fields, pastures, and boundaries tended to be more varied, more irregular, and often more deeply rooted in older patterns. The great village communities of the 13th century depended heavily on extensive arable production, while dispersed settlements could support a wider range of economies, from intensive cereal farming in some eastern districts to strongly pastoral systems in upland and western regions. Although medieval villages have attracted a great deal of scholarly attention, the scattered settlements deserve no less. The regions dominated by villages covered less than half the country, and in the densely populated counties outside that zone, a very large share of the medieval population lived in landscapes without villages in the classic sense. There is another reason why dispersed settlements matter so much. Before the 9th century, most settlements in England were small. If large villages emerged comparatively late, then the study of areas that never fully embraced that process may help explain why nucleation happened in some places and not in others. Instead of treating dispersed settlement as a secondary or less developed form, it makes more sense to see it as a major and enduring part of England's rural history. Any attempt to understand a settlement pattern has to answer several basic questions. What forms did it take? When did it begin? How did it change over time? And why did it develop in the way that it did? In the case of nucleated villages, those questions have already been explored in considerable detail. Their plans have been examined closely, and it is now clear that some were laid out with remarkable regularity, with rows of houses arranged along streets or around greens, especially in the north. In the Midlands, where many settlements look more irregular, researchers have identified different plan types and shown that some larger villages may have grown out of the merging of several earlier settlement clusters. The date of village formation has also been narrowed. Large nucleated settlements appear to have emerged mainly between the 9th and 12th centuries. Yet even here there are important uncertainties. In many places, the small and scattered settlements that seem to have preceded the villages were abandoned in the 7th, 8th or 9th centuries, while the main phase of occupation in the later villages often seems to belong to the 11th and 12th centuries. That gap suggests a more complex process than a simple one-for-one transfer of population. It is also likely that the pace of village formation varied greatly from region to region. Some counties appear to have developed nucleated settlements earlier than others, which reminds us that no single national timetable can explain the whole story. After they formed, villages did not remain fixed. Many expanded and some changed their shape quite dramatically. Neighbouring settlements could merge into one larger village, while in other cases a single community might fragment into separate parts. From the 14th century onward, many villages began to shrink, sometimes altering their form as buildings disappeared and populations declined. A significant number vanished altogether. In that sense, the medieval village was not a static institution but a settlement type capable of growth, reorganization, contraction, and final abandonment. The reasons why villages formed in the first place remain debated. One explanation places the initiative mainly in the hands of landlords, arguing that villages and open fields were shaped to increase lordly power and improve returns from the land. Another emphasises environmental pressures and the demands of a growing population. From that perspective, communities extended cultivation, organised the shared use of fallow and pasture, and settled more compactly in order to manage land more efficiently and fairly. This second view gives a more active role to peasant communities themselves in shaping their own fields and settlements. Yet neither interpretation solves every difficulty. If landlords were the main force behind village creation, it is hard to explain why areas of nucleation do not match neatly with the estates of the greatest lords. If population pressure alone produced compact villages, it is equally hard to understand why some of the most densely populated regions did not develop them on the same scale. Whatever their precise origins, there is little doubt about how these villages functioned at their height. Their inhabitants farmed according to shared rules, held land in standardized units, and lived within a framework in which individual choice was constantly balanced against communal obligation. When the same questions are asked of dispersed settlements, the answers become less certain. Their forms vary enormously. In some regions, houses stretched loosely along lanes or the edges of greens. Elsewhere, people lived in compact hamlets, and in other places again they occupied isolated farmsteads, set at some distance from one another. This diversity alone warns against any simple definition. Dispersed settlement was not one thing. It was a broad category that covered several quite different ways of organising rural life. Older views often treated scattered settlements as products of relatively late medieval colonisation, as though they were secondary additions to an older and more established village landscape. That interpretation has become much harder to sustain. Archaeology has shown that isolated farms and small hamlets were widespread not only in the medieval period, but also in the centuries before it, and indeed in prehistoric and Roman times as well. At least some medieval dispersed settlements may therefore represent the survival of very old patterns, rather than late inventions. In some cases, there is even reason to suspect that medieval farmsteads stood close to the sites of their Roman predecessors. The early medieval period seems to have been marked by considerable instability in settlement location and form. In some areas, small settlement groups developed into elongated rows of houses. In upland regions, permanent farms could grow out of places that had once been used only seasonally. Later, in the 14th and 15th centuries, dispersed settlements were affected by contraction just as villages were. Isolated farms could be abandoned, hamlets could disappear entirely, and clusters of houses could shrink until only a single farm remained. Yet even during these centuries of overall decline, some new isolated settlements were still being founded. That mixture of continuity, movement, decline, and occasional new growth makes the history of dispersed settlement especially difficult to reduce to a single model. Older explanations based on ethnic identity are no longer convincing. Dispersed settlements cannot simply be labelled as the survival of some distinct Celtic or British tradition, because they appear in many parts of England, including areas where such an explanation is implausible. A more useful approach is to examine their connection with enclosed and irregular field systems. In some places, those fields may have been created by gradual clearance during the medieval expansion of cultivation. In others, they may preserve structures inherited from the Roman countryside. These landscapes also tended to support farming systems, with a stronger pastoral element than was normally possible in a strictly regulated, open-field village. Without such rigid communal control, the inhabitants of dispersed settlements often had more room for individual decision-making in how they used land. The social structure of these regions could also differ from that of village country. They certainly included dependents and customary tenants, but they often supported a relatively high proportion of freeholders as well. Inheritance customs could be more varied, and rules other than strict primogeniture were more likely to be found outside the village zone. By the late 13th century, when the evidence becomes clearer, the population of dispersed landscapes also appears socially more mixed. Many smallholders lived there, but so did craftsmen and people whose livelihoods were not entirely agricultural. These communities have often been associated with greater independence of spirit. In later centuries, scattered settlement regions were more likely to be seen as difficult to control, more prone to rebellion, and more open to religious and political non-conformity. That image can be exaggerated because even dispersed settlements still operated within the framework of the parish, the vill, taxation, and legal obligation. Their fields may not have been governed by the same routines as open field villages, but they still required collective arrangements over grazing, fallow, and common rights. A better understanding of dispersed settlement, therefore, depends on detailed local work. The parish of Pendock offers one such opportunity. It is well suited to field investigation because it combines pasture, where earthworks survive clearly, with arable land that can be walked for pottery and other finds. It is documented well enough to allow the landscape to be traced through time, and records from neighbouring manors help to fill some of the inevitable gaps. Its moderate size makes it manageable as a case study, and its location makes it easily accessible. Most importantly, Pendock appears to be an ordinary place, rather than a famous or exceptional one. It was not the centre of a great estate. It was not dominated by an urban market. Its land was not unusually rich or unusually poor. In that sense, it offers the chance to examine a landscape that may stand for many others like it. The parish itself has one unusual feature: its long-standing division into two separate parts. For clarity, these can be thought of as West Pendock and East Pendock. The method of investigation draws on every kind of evidence available, from aerial photographs and surviving earthworks, to pottery found in ploughed fields, surviving buildings, written records, and place names. Like so much landscape history, the reconstruction must move backward from what is visible and certain in the modern world, toward what is less certain in the medieval period and still more elusive in earlier centuries. But the story that emerges is best told in chronological order. beginning with the land itself and the earliest traces of human activity. Pendock lies in a part of Worcestershire that belonged not to the classic open-field champion country, but to the woodland landscapes that covered much of the county outside the Avon Valley and the plain east of Worcester. The district stands between the Malvern Hills and the River Severn. Compared with the steep slopes of the Malverns, it is low ground, yet it is far from flat. Small rises are broken by patches of former marshland, and Pendock itself occupies slightly higher ground along the western edge of Longdon Marsh. Once the largest wetland in Worcestershire, and not fully drained until the 19th century. The parish includes modest heights, stream divisions, and a natural pool known in earlier centuries by names that later evolved into Cromer Lake. Its reddish loamy and clayey soils are generally classed as being of average quality. Local opinion has often regarded East Pendock as the better land, and there is indeed more arable there, while West Pendock has more pasture. But that difference may reflect management and use as much as any natural contrast in the soil itself. This broader region once included woodland, open grassland, marsh, and significant tracts of forest. At the time of Domesday, extensive woodland was still recorded nearby, and in the 12th century, Pendock stood close to the southern edge of what had been royal forest, and later became a private chase. Administratively, it fell within the liberty of the Church of Worcester, although effective lordship on the ground rested with lay tenants who held the manor. Pendock also lay on routes of more than purely local significance. An east-west road linked the marsh crossing with places beyond the parish, and its line was later altered in the modern period. Another route, known in early sources simply as a street, may preserve the memory of a Roman road. A north-south route, running along the western edge of the parish, may also have ancient origins, forming part of a line that connected Gloucester with the Malvern region. These roads matter because they remind us that even a seemingly ordinary parish was never isolated from larger patterns of movement and exchange. Traditional history long imagined the lowlands of southwest Worcestershire as a region settled only in the early Middle Ages, a place once covered by forest and swamp and avoided by earlier populations. The evidence from Pendock makes that older picture much harder to maintain. Field walking has produced a thin but significant scatter of worked flints, mostly in East Pendock, suggesting activity in the Neolithic or Bronze Age. Place name evidence may preserve the memory of prehistoric barrows. In the Iron Age, nearby hill forts would have dominated the surrounding countryside, and Pendock must have fallen within the orbit of those defended centres of power. The Roman period is even more clearly represented. Roman pottery has been found across almost the whole modern parish. Some heavy concentrations point to likely settlement sites, while wider spreads may reflect the manuring of fields with domestic refuse or settlements now buried beyond the reach of the plough. Almost every ploughed field has yielded Roman material, except for very low-lying meadow or moorland, and a few hillier fields in the western part of the parish. Most of this pottery belongs to coarse local wares, with only a small number of finer imported or specialist vessels. That pattern suggests low-status rural settlements, rather than villas or wealthy farm complexes. Yet the presence of pottery from more distant production zones hints at wider market links connecting Pendock with towns and richer agricultural districts beyond the parish. These Roman finds cannot provide exact population figures. The settlement scatters are small, and there is no certainty that all were occupied at the same time. Some sites may still lie hidden beneath pasture. Even so, the sheer spread and quantity of Roman material make one point difficult to ignore. The Roman countryside of Pendock may have been at least as heavily used, and perhaps as densely occupied, as the same area in the high medieval period. Pottery survives for many reasons, and Roman ceramics are especially visible in the modern plough soil, so caution is necessary. Yet the comparison remains striking. The Roman period and the later Middle Ages stand out as two moments when the material signs of occupation and cultivation were especially strong, separated by centuries that appear much quieter in the archaeological record. That contrast alone makes Pendock a revealing place from which to explore the long and complicated history of dispersed settlement in England. When the Roman world faded, one of the clearest traces of everyday life began to disappear with it. Pottery had once been produced and distributed on a large scale, leaving behind a dense material record. After that system broke down, the countryside became much harder to read. Even so, the silence of the evidence does not mean the land was empty. In southwest Worcestershire, a British population almost certainly remained after Roman rule ended, and in the late 6th or early 7th century, that population came under Anglo-Saxon domination. The name Pendock seems to belong to that world. It was formed by Welsh speakers, and its meaning points to a hill and a barley field. The most convincing setting for that name is the ridge in East Pendock, where the medieval church would later stand. Though not the highest ground in the parish, it rises above the marsh in a way that would have made it especially striking. Even today, that plateau remains suitable for barley, and it is the part of Pendock most likely to have stayed under cultivation continuously from Roman times onward. Yet the broader picture after Rome is not one of continuity, but of withdrawal. In Pendock, as in several other woodland regions of England, the strongest impression left by the early medieval centuries is one of shrinking cultivation and returning woodland. The contrast with the Roman period is dramatic. Roman material suggests widespread use of the landscape, while by the time of Domesday, the area was known above all for its woods. The exact extent cannot be measured with certainty, but the woodland may have covered a huge proportion of the parish. The shift can even be traced in individual places. Fields that later had to be cleared in the 12th and 13th centuries had already seen Roman occupation, showing that land once settled and worked had fallen back into scrub or woodland before being reopened again. By the 10th and 11th centuries, Pendock and the neighbouring places around it functioned less as self-contained farming communities and more as wooded outliers attached to richer manors in the Avon Valley. The connection was part of a broader early medieval pattern in which arable cores were linked to distant woodland zones. Pendock was tied administratively to more productive estates at some distance, and those links seem to have been designed to support a regional division of labour. The communities in the better grain-growing districts concentrated on cultivation, while the more wooded dependencies supplied timber, fuel, and pasture. These arrangements are sometimes treated as ancient survivals from a very remote past, but the evidence from Pendock points in another direction. Roman finds suggest that the area had not been heavily wooded in late antiquity. The system of linking arable manors with remote woods looks more like an adaptation to the post-Roman world, when markets weakened and direct control over a range of local resources became more important. Those woods were not empty wilderness. They were managed landscapes. Timber, fuel, poles, and grazing all had to be organised, and the local road network reflects that reality. Pendock was connected not only to the wider routes running east and north, but also to tracks that would have served woodmen, herdsmen, and others working within the woodland economy. Early boundary descriptions evoke a landscape of streams, pools, and trees, but not an untouched one. They also mention hedges, open ground, enclosures, and clearings. Personal names attached to bridges, pools, and other landmarks suggest a countryside already shaped by use, memory, and occupation. By the later 10th century, Pendock was already moving along a familiar path seen in many woodland dependencies. A place once valued mainly for its resources was beginning to develop toward a more settled and independent village existence. That process did not begin from nothing. There is no good reason to think that all permanent settlement had vanished from East Penduk in the early medieval period. More likely, a small nucleus survived there throughout the centuries of retreat. Growth can be seen in stages. Land was leased to lay tenants, and named individuals emerge in the record over time, showing that the area was tied increasingly to secular control and local management. By the 11th century, Penduk had passed into the hands of powerful lay figures, though it still seems to have remained a small and not especially prosperous place. In one important lease, another settlement was included alongside Pendok, perhaps because its better arable land helped compensate for Pendok's limited resources. Even by Domesday standards, the population looks modest. The manor had only a small cultivated area and a small number of recorded workers and dependents. However the figures are interpreted, this was not yet a dense or highly developed farming community. The challenge is to turn these bare, administrative glimpses into an actual landscape. After the post-Roman retreat, Pendok probably formed part of a broader zone of woodland extending into the surrounding area. At some point in the early Middle Ages, it was divided from what would become neighbouring territories. The resulting arrangement was awkward. Both Pendok and its neighbour needed access to meadowland along the brook, and the final boundary seems to reflect bargaining, compromise, and uneven advantage. Penduk was left in two parts, while receiving a strip of meadow linked to its western half by a narrow corridor. Even that map is too neat, because later, evidence shows that the manor also held scattered parcels in several surrounding parishes. Some of these may have been acquired later, but they remind us that medieval territory was often messy, layered, and difficult to reduce to clean shapes on paper. The two parts of Pendok may even preserve an older division in lordship. The evidence strongly suggests that the lay manor of the 10th and 11th centuries was centred in East Pendok, where settlement had probably never disappeared entirely. The earliest medieval pottery recovered from the parish is concentrated there. It was also in the east that the church was established, likely as part of the wider spread of parish churches founded by secular lords from the late Anglo-Saxon period onward. The earliest surviving stonework belongs to the 12th century, and even if there had been an earlier building, it is unlikely to have stood on the site much earlier than that. The manorial centre must also have been nearby, making East Penduk the natural focus of lordship and worship alike. Some landscape features there may preserve the outline of an early lordly enclosure, though the evidence is not decisive. At the same time, it would be too simple to imagine East Pendok as the cultivated lay manor and West Pendok as nothing but woodland. Early references to ploughed land near the western side, together with later domain holdings there, suggest that some cultivation continued in both parts of the parish. By the late 11th century, then, Penduk seems to have consisted of a heavily wooded territory, already divided into two sections. One part probably functioned as a wood and pasture appendage, still linked to a larger manor elsewhere, while the other had become a small lay manor with its own developing centre. East Penduk likely contained the main cluster of dwellings, the accommodation of dependent labourers, and the base from which local officials or subtenants managed the estate. If anyone lived permanently in West Pendok, they may have been the kinds of people Domesday often overlooks. Custodians of woodland, supervisors of grazing, or rent-paying tenants who do not fit neatly into the categories the survey chose to record. The 12th and 13th centuries transformed this world. Cultivation expanded rapidly at the expense of woods and pasture, but this should not be imagined as settlement pushing into land that had never before been used. Much of the ground being cleared had already been farmed in Roman times, and perhaps even earlier. This was less the creation of a new landscape than the recovery of one long abandoned. Elsewhere in the region, woodland clearance on a large scale is well documented in the late 12th century, and Pendock was clearly part of the same movement. In East Pendock, cultivation spread northward into areas that had previously remained outside the main arable zone. In West Pendock, the process was even more dramatic, with large tracts brought back into use through clearance. As the cultivated area expanded, lordship and tenure became more complicated. The manor recorded in Domesday passed into the hands of a local gentry family that took its name from Pendock and established its residence near the church. Later, part of their land was granted to a priory, creating another local centre. Land that had once belonged to Worcester Priory and had previously been managed in connection with another manor came by the 13th century into the hands of a different family, whose estate centre also seems to have been based in East Pendock. Another religious landlord acquired holdings in West Pendock, and a separate local family amassed enough land there to build a moated house. The result was a parish crowded, not with one dominant manor alone, but with several small centres of lordship and residence. That multiplication of elite sites helped drive wider settlement growth. Peasant holdings also increased, and the number of occupied house plots rose sharply. Documentary evidence alone suggests a substantial number of messuages, though it almost certainly understates the real total because it is difficult to identify subtenants, cottages, and others who left little fiscal trace. Archaeology, earthworks, surviving timber buildings, and the probable continuity of house sites into the modern period all point to a much larger number of dwellings at Pendock's medieval peak. Population estimates remain approximate, but the increase since Domesday must have been dramatic. Over the course of about 2 centuries, the number of inhabitants may have multiplied several times over, reaching a level comparable to the parish population many centuries later. The shape of medieval Pendock reflects this expansion. Rather than forming a single compact village, settlements spread along lanes in a loose network. Many of those lanes still survive, often marked by sunken tracks and old hedges. Houses stood at intervals along them, usually separated by pieces of cultivated land. The layout becomes clearest where later abandonment has preserved house platforms and hollow ways as earthworks. One major route ran north from the church toward the moor. Along it lay house sites, enclosed plots, patches of ridge and furrow, and areas where buildings once stood before being abandoned. Some sites continued in use into the later Middle Ages, while pottery suggests that settlement in this zone may already have begun by the 11th century. Another part of the parish, later known as Sledge Green, was originally not a compact hamlet, but a stretched settlement along the roadside. What looks clustered today is largely the result of later road changes and post-medieval rebuilding. In the Middle Ages, houses there were spaced out along a considerable distance with small agricultural plots between them. Some were abandoned by the late 15th century, while others survived much longer. In West Pendock, along Grafton Lane, a similar pattern appears, with moated enclosures, crofts, building platforms, patches of ridge and furrow, and houses spread along the route, rather than concentrated in a tight group. Another centre, Moor Court, sat in a low valley beside meadow and moor, combining a moated residence with a wider complex of agricultural structures and working spaces. The best way to describe Pendock's main settlement form is as a series of interrupted rows. The word row captures the roadside alignment of the houses, but they were interrupted, because each dwelling stood apart from the next, separated by crofts, closes, or pieces of working land. Houses often stood on both sides of a road, yet they rarely faced each other directly in a neat line. The parish contained several such rows, along with a few more isolated sites like Moor Court. Some of these rows may have originated beside former commons or newly assarted land, with houses set along the edge of pasture in a way that recalls green edge settlements elsewhere in England. As the number of settlements increased, cultivation spread until by the 13th century it covered almost all of the parish that could reasonably be ploughed. Written records speak of fields, crofts, and furlongs under the plough. Earthworks of ridge and furrow survive especially well in modern pasture, and older aerial photographs show even more of it than can now be seen on the ground. Medieval pottery scattered thinly across modern plough soil confirms the broad extent of manured arable. Taken together, these traces show that almost every part of Pendock, outside the low meadows and the wettest marshes, was cultivated at some point in the Middle Ages. Not all of this land was equally good. Some fields later reverted to pasture, and even medieval field names hint that certain areas were wet or poor. But the overall transformation was profound. Common pasture survived only in limited forms, especially along roadsides and on the moor, while woodland had all but disappeared from the parish itself. That loss of woodland is especially striking when compared with Pendock's earlier character. By the late Middle Ages, local documents no longer refer to woodland within the parish. Trees remained in hedgerows and on a few steep slopes, and some place names preserved the memory of former groves. But most of the timber and fuel resources now had to come from outside. Pendock had, in effect, completed the transition from woodland dependency to arable-based village landscape so thoroughly that it depended on a detached wood beyond its own bounds to meet its basic needs. Over the course of more than 1,000 years, the area under cultivation seems to have moved in a broad cycle. In the Roman period, much of the parish appears to have been settled and farmed. In the early Middle Ages, that cultivated area contracted sharply as woodland and rough land spread again. By around 1300, cultivation had expanded once more to a level that may have matched, or nearly matched, that of the Roman period. In other regions of England, continuity between Roman and early medieval farming was stronger, and the later medieval expansion was therefore less dramatic. Pendock offers a different story, one that may be typical of some woodland zones. Not steady continuity, but retreat followed by renewed growth. The medieval arable landscape that emerged wasn't organised in the regular pattern familiar from the classic open-field villages. Pendock's fields were irregular in shape and uneven in size, and there is no sign of a neat rotational structure. Holdings were scattered across different fields in what seems at first almost random fashion. The distinction between a field and a croft was often blurred. Some crofts, like larger fields, could contain strips worked by different tenants, while others were small enclosed plots, held separately by one person. A typical holding might combine a house with an adjacent croft, and this can still be imagined in the interrupted rows, where spaces between messuages were filled by plots used either as arable or pasture. In other words, Pendock's inhabitants worked a mixed landscape of small enclosures and larger shared areas, rather than the standardised open field system of the Champion country. Some of the biggest open areas survived without final enclosure until modern times, preserving for centuries the old irregular structure of a parish, whose history had always followed a path different from that of the classic nucleated village. Without the neat structure of the classic Midland open field system, farming in a place like Pendock must have depended on constant negotiation. Instead of one tightly ordered village acting as a single unit, smaller groups of neighbours had to agree among themselves about rotations, grazing rights, and the use of fallow land. It was a more flexible arrangement, but not necessarily an easier one. The people of Pendock did not enjoy the simple advantage of living entirely within their own compact holdings. Most households may have had a croft beside the house, but much of their land lay elsewhere, scattered across distant parts of the parish. Some tenants held strips and parcels in both East and West Pendock. and even the lord's own domain stretched across the two halves. For the people who worked this landscape, daily life must have involved constant movement. Tending crops, watching livestock, and keeping track of far-flung holdings required just as much travel and effort as life in a nucleated village. Pendoc's society was not tightly gripped by lordly authority, yet that did not make it equal. It was a community marked by sharp divisions of wealth and status. In the 11th century, the manor seems to have relied on a small labour force made up of slaves and a few modest tenants. Later generations may have descended from these dependent people, becoming the customary tenants who paid relatively high rents for small amounts of land. But the real growth of Pendoc after Domesday came from somewhere else. New settlers arrived and took up land as free tenants, usually on much lighter terms. These were the people who occupied most of the scattered houses that spread across the parish. Their surnames often came from the landscape itself, linking them to moors, slopes, hills, clearings, and newly won ground. Some of them had cleared woodland for cultivation, while others acquired plots that had only recently been opened up. In time, a few of these families built up large and prosperous holdings. By the late 13th century, certain names appear again and again among the more prominent people of the Ville. They paid a large share of royal taxes, witnessed local agreements, and served on juries. At the other end of the scale stood a far larger number of smallholders, people who held only a house and croft, a few acres, or so little land that their low rents are almost the only sign of their existence. Between these extremes stood a modest middle group, farmers with enough acreage to live above bare subsistence, but still overshadowed by two very large holdings centred on major manorial sites. Those two estates seem to have controlled much of the parish's agricultural wealth. Even so, Pendoc's records often suggest that many tenants, rich and poor alike, also held land outside the parish. Some of the more prosperous names can be traced in nearby villages, and even the smaller occupiers may have been less poor than their tiny Pendoc plots alone would imply. This was a community whose people were not confined neatly within one set of parish boundaries. That social inequality was tied closely to the market. Woodland districts often felt commercial influences more strongly than the more rigid open-field villages, and Pendoc seems to fit that pattern well. Nearby places show clear links with larger towns, and at least some Pendoc tenants were paying fines connected with trading in urban centres. Large leasehold farms could not have met their rents without producing a substantial surplus for sale beyond the village itself. The pottery tells much the same story. Most of it came from nearby production centres, which points to local trade, but some wares came from further afield, showing that Pendoc was not cut off from wider exchange. The same outward-looking economy appears in the built environment. The parish still preserves traces of skilled carpentry, including timber-framed structures of a quality that suggests specialist craftsmen were at work there. Even a modest rural parish was connected to wider networks of labour, exchange, and expertise. Yet neither commercial activity nor social inequality prevented the growth of a functioning local community. Pendoc still had to organise itself. Leading villagers were responsible for assessing and collecting taxes owed to the crown. Church wardens had to be chosen and supported, and the parish church must have provided one of the strongest points of unity in a scattered landscape. Roads had to be maintained, ditches kept clear, and common resources defended. Like the inhabitants of neighbouring places, the people of Pendoc would have been expected to resist encroachments on shared grazing and to act together when outside interests threatened local rights. Even in a dispersed settlement, the need for collective action remained strong. Like the rest of rural England, Pendoc did not escape the crises of the late Middle Ages. The disasters that struck nearby communities in the mid-14th century reveal just how severe the pressures could be. plague carried off large numbers of tenants. Flooding ruined meadows. Wet weather damaged crops. Buildings were destroyed by fire, and even the demands of royal officials could add to local hardship. Tithe receipts fell sharply, reflecting a decline in production. But these dramatic events were only part of a much longer process. Over time, population declined and farming shifted away from arable cultivation toward pasture. By the early 15th century, Pendock was already counted among the smaller settlements for tax purposes, suggesting that a major part of its population had gone. Later records indicate a much reduced number of households, and by the 16th century the total population seems to have fallen to a little over 100. In broad terms, Pendock followed the same demographic path seen across much of England, with a decline of well over half from its medieval height. This shrinking population left clear marks on the landscape. Many former house plots were abandoned. Some survived only as empty tofts, the sites of former dwellings where the buildings had disappeared. Others were occupied by tenants who held several properties at once, leaving some structures vulnerable to neglect. A few belonged to absentees whose main homes lay in other villages. The physical remains still tell the story. Earthworks mark the sites of abandoned houses, and concentrated scatters of pottery reveal places where occupation ended at different moments over a long span of time. Some houses seem to have been deserted in the 14th century, others in the 15th, and at least one remained in use until after 1600. The retreat of settlement did not stop there. Even in more recent centuries, buildings disappeared, and sites shown on early 19th century maps have since vanished. Pendock was not a place where abandonment happened all at once. It was a slow, uneven, almost continuous process. Even so, decline did not mean complete collapse. Pendock was not deserted in the way some villages were. Tenants remained, fields continued to be worked, and arable farming did not simply give way everywhere to grass. What emerges instead is a pattern of restructuring. Formerly separate holdings were merged. Tenements were absorbed by neighbours. Manors that had once existed side by side were gradually brought together under unified lordship. As that process continued, some old messuages lost their purpose. Even the manor house of the original de Pendock family became redundant. Over time, the balance of importance within the parish shifted, and other residences such as Moor Court and Prior's Court became the dominant houses of the community. In more recent centuries, movement within the parish itself accelerated. This reflected changing land ownership, enclosure, and the growing number of inhabitants whose lives were no longer tied directly to farming. Some areas, especially near the medieval church, lost population, while new clusters of settlement formed elsewhere. Sledge Green in the east became more concentrated, and another focus developed near the crossroads by Cromer Lake in the west. So strong was this shift that by the late 19th century, a new wooden church was built in the western part of the parish, closer to where people now lived. A century later, the old medieval church had lost its central role. The centre of gravity of Pendock had moved. The text then turns from settlement and society to another question that opens a window into medieval life from a very different angle: food. For all that is known about medieval agriculture, there is still surprising uncertainty about what ordinary people actually ate, especially those in the lower ranks of society. Diet matters because it allows social differences to be understood in material terms. Labels such as labourer, peasant, and gentry mean more when they can be connected to different standards of living and access to food. A clearer picture of nutrition could also help test wider arguments about demographic history, including the idea that poor diet among large parts of the population in the early 14th century helped to end a long phase of expansion and usher in a period of stagnation. More broadly, understanding what crops were consumed and in what form can illuminate the aims and structure of agricultural production itself. The problem is that diet is rarely visible directly. It usually has to be reconstructed from indirect evidence. Grain allowances granted to retired peasants, rations given to servants, bones and plant remains recovered from rubbish deposits, and other traces that reveal only fragments of the whole picture. These sources are valuable, but each carries its own limitations. They illuminate parts of the diet rather than the full menu, and they often leave room for uncertainty in interpretation. One especially useful body of evidence comes from the records of food and drink supplied to harvest workers. These accounts offer a rare glimpse of lower-class consumption across a long stretch of time, from the mid-13th century to the mid-15th. For that reason alone, they deserve close attention. But harvest workers were not average labourers in every respect, and their place within the wider hierarchy of medieval living standards needs to be considered carefully. Their meals reveal something important, but they have to be set in context. On many manors, harvest labourers were paid in cash alone. On others, especially in southern and eastern England, they received both cash and food. The workforce that gathered in the fields included the permanent servants of the manor, who during harvest were often paid differently than at other times of year, receiving meals instead of their usual grain allowances. They worked alongside temporary labourers hired specially for the harvest, some for the whole season and some for shorter bursts. Supervisors and administrators were present as well. In some places, the group eating at the Lord's table included reeves, haywards, herdsmen, dairymaids, and cooks, along with extra hands brought in for the most demanding weeks. The cook was often a regular employee, while a dairymaid might help with preparing food. In other words, the harvest workforce formed a temporary but complex social body, combining permanent staff, hired labour, and local authority. The work itself was exhausting. Harvest meant long days of cutting grain with sickles, binding sheaves, loading carts, hauling the crop back to the manor, and stacking it safely. The pace could become intense when bad weather threatened. Every observer of pre-modern harvest labour emphasises its severity. It was one of the most physically demanding periods in the agricultural year, and employers had every reason to feed workers well if it helped them sustain the pace. Harvest also brought fierce competition for labour. Lords, farmers, clergy, and prosperous peasants all needed workers at once. People left their homes and usual occupations in search of higher wages in the fields. Even before the Black Death, communities were trying to stop able-bodied people from leaving for better offers elsewhere. After the plague, when labour became scarcer, the competition grew sharper. Workers were accused in court of demanding excessive wages, breaking contracts and taking advantage of the season to secure better terms. Daily wages rose sharply during harvest, and some employers also offered lump sums and extra inducements to recruit labour for the whole period. Because harvest workers were such a special case, their diet was almost certainly better than that of labourers in ordinary times. Employers had a strong incentive to provide ample food. A workforce that was well fed would be more willing, more efficient, and more likely to return in later years. Yet the special nature of harvest should not make this evidence seem useless. The season lasted for several weeks, not just a single feast day, and that made it a meaningful part of working life rather than a brief exception. More importantly, the workers themselves came from a remarkably broad range of backgrounds. Among the permanent manor servants were younger people at the beginning of their working lives, but also older and more settled figures, including married labourers and widowed women. The temporary workers included smallholders, family members, and people who normally worked in other occupations such as building or textiles, but left those trades for the better rewards of harvest. Townspeople joined the labour force too, and some workers came from considerable distances. Records mention migrants from Wales as well as foreigners from across the Channel. Men and women both worked in the fields. A few better-off peasants appeared in supervisory roles because of the offices attached to their tenures. Above them stood the sergeant or bailiff, often drawn from a somewhat higher social level, and from time to time a monk or senior estate official might appear briefly to inspect the work. Even so, those occasional visitors did not greatly alter the character of the meals consumed by the main body of the labour force. In social terms, the harvest workers formed a wide and revealing sample. Villagers and townspeople, men and women, local people and migrants, agricultural labourers, and those normally employed elsewhere, the partly settled and the fully itinerant. Most stood low in the social hierarchy, but together they represented much of the working population. At first glance, the evidence might seem distorted by the fact that many surviving harvest accounts come from monasteries and other major landlords, places where customs of generosity or paternal care are often associated with harvest. That raises an obvious question. Were such accounts simply recording the unusual abundance provided by especially benevolent employers? The balance of evidence suggests not. Similar diets appear in records from the estates of minor lords, small monasteries, and gentry households. Great landlords were also highly conscious of cost, and their officials watched expenses closely. They were operating in the same labour market as everyone else. Peasant employers and seigneurial ones alike had to offer terms that workers would accept, and when both paid a daily wage together with food, the payments in kind were likely to have been roughly comparable. For that reason, harvest diets, while exceptional in some ways, still offer one of the clearest windows into the standard of living of medieval labourers at work. Sedgeford offers one of the clearest windows into the food of medieval harvest workers because its manner accounts survive in an unusually long and detailed run. These records were kept for Norwich Cathedral Priory, a landlord known for careful administration, and they preserve the annual section dealing with harvest expenses in a form that is especially useful. Cash payments are listed with precision, and many of the food supplies can also be traced through the manor's own stock and produce. Even so, these documents are not perfect mirrors of reality. Medieval officials were not above inflating costs, and the harvest accounts seem to have been checked closely, corrected, and argued over. That tension between manor officials and auditors is actually reassuring. The auditors clearly watch the figures with care, sometimes calculating how much bread 1 bushel of grain ought to provide, or how much food should be consumed by one worker in a day. The numbers may have been pushed upward at times, but they were not invented out of nothing. There are, however, other limits to the evidence. Some food came from the manor itself and cost no cash, so it can be difficult to measure fully. Vegetables from the garden rarely appear in the accounts for exactly that reason. The records also say very little about who ate what. Meat might include poultry, doves, and better cuts that were probably reserved for supervisors rather than shared equally. More importantly, the documents list those officially fed, not necessarily all those who benefited. The quantities involved are so large that at least some of the food must have been passed on to helpers, dependents, or family members. In later centuries, harvest work was often done by small family teams, and there is every reason to suspect something similar here. The food recorded for the harvest household probably reached a circle wider than the names written in the account. Sedgeford itself stood in the good sandy country of northwest Norfolk. Before the Black Death, the manor sometimes sowed more than 400 acres, though that figure later fell sharply. Its fields produced mainly barley, along with wheat, rye, peas, and oats. The domain also kept a varied stock of animals, including a dairy herd, pigs, poultry, and a large flock of sheep. During harvest, between 20 and 50 full-time workers might appear on the payroll. Taken together, the manor's resources and its careful records make it an ideal place for tracing changes in food consumption over time. The broad pattern that emerges is striking. In the 13th century, the harvest diet was dominated by cereals. Bread, pottage made from oatmeal, and ale formed the core of what workers received. Over time, that balance shifted. Gradually, the proportion of the food budget devoted to bread and other cereal-based provisions declined, while meat, fish, and dairy products became more important. This was not just a peculiarity of one Norfolk manor. Similar trends appear on estates in other counties. The details vary, but the same movement can be seen repeatedly. Less dependence on bread as the overwhelming foundation of the meal, and a steady rise in what contemporaries would have regarded as the foods that went with bread. At some manors, the change was dramatic. Bread that had once accounted for about half of the value of food issued to workers fell to a much smaller share over the course of the 14th and 15th centuries. At the same time, meat rose from a modest supplement to a major element in the harvest diet. In other places, the shift was less dramatic but still clear. Cereal foods remained essential, but they no longer monopolized the meal to the same degree. The result was not the abandonment of bread, pottage, or ale, but a more varied and richer combination of foods than had been typical earlier. Another important change can be seen in how grain was used. Over time, a greater share of cereal supplies seems to have gone into brewing ale rather than baking bread. Ale became an increasingly significant part of the workers' provisions. On some southern manors, cider had once played a major role, sometimes even rivaling ale, but by the later 14th century, ale had become much more dominant there as well. This change mattered not only because it altered the balance of the diet, but because it shows how closely food and drink were tied to local conditions, custom, and changing standards of labour reward. Within the category of non-cereal foods, the composition also shifted. Meat became more prominent, while dairy products tended to lose some of their earlier importance. Fresh meat increasingly replaced older patterns, based more heavily on bacon or preserved animal foods. In Norfolk, one can trace a move from bacon toward fresh beef. Elsewhere, mutton entered the harvest diet and then became a regular feature. On some manors, fresh beef was introduced later as another important addition. Poultry remained a smaller but steady presence, especially geese, which were closely associated with the season. Geese fed on the stubble after harvest, and then became part of the festive or privileged food of the period. That improvement in the meat allowance should not be romanticised too far. Harvest workers were rarely given the choicest animals. The accounts make it plain that the beasts slaughtered for them were often old, worn out, barren, weak, or otherwise no longer of great value to the manor. Manor officials sometimes seem almost anxious to explain this, as though defending themselves against any charge that good stock had been wasted on labourers. The workers might receive cattle too old for work, sheep culled from the flock, or poor quality animals no longer useful for breeding or milk. Offal also formed part of the food supply. So although the amount of meat increased, its quality was not necessarily what a modern reader might imagine. It was an improvement, but within the practical limits of estate management. Fish remained important too, especially in preserved forms, such as salted white fish and herrings. On some manors, fresh fish also appeared in the harvest season. Pottage, meanwhile, continued as a regular and familiar dish. It was based on oatmeal and sometimes enriched with peas or beans. Beyond that, the exact contents are often hard to recover. Vegetables like onions, leeks, or other garden produce probably went into it, but because they came from the manor's own garden and involved little direct spending, they usually went unrecorded. their silence in the accounts is revealing. It suggests not that vegetables were absent, but that they were seen as a minor background component, rather than a major part of the food economy. They added flavour and substance, but they did not occupy the same place in the minds of estate officials as grain, ale, meat, or fish. The way harvest workers were fed also reflects a larger domestic organisation. On some estates, they ate in the manor hall. In other cases, additional buildings were used when the labour force was especially large or when work extended to related tasks such as collecting tithes. The workers ate from wooden utensils, though some manors also used linen tablecloths and other modest refinements. These details remind us that the harvest meal was not just a matter of nutrition. It was also a structured social event, shaped by hierarchy, custom, and the effort of the Lord to manage and motivate a temporary labour force. The chronology of dietary change is especially important. It would be easy to assume that the Black Death was the great dividing line, and that harvest workers ate one way before the plague and another way after it. The evidence suggests a more gradual story. At Sedgeford, signs of change appear before the Great Epidemic. Bread was already beginning to decline in relative importance by the early 14th century, and better grains were beginning to replace barley. Other Norfolk manors show the same pattern even more clearly. Meat was increasing before the plague, and the replacement of coarser bread grains by rye and wheat was already underway. Fresh meat appears in records before the demographic catastrophe of 1348 and 1349. In this respect, the Black Death did not suddenly create a new diet. It intensified and accelerated tendencies that had already begun. Even after the plague, the transformation was not immediate. The full shift toward a diet less dominated by cereals, more reliant on fresh meat, and increasingly based on wheat, took decades to work through. The best harvest diets seem to belong not to the years immediately after the first epidemic, but to the 15th century. In other words, this was a long adjustment rather than a sudden break. Standards of consumption improved over time, but the process was uneven and stretched across generations. Short-term conditions also mattered. Bad harvest years could force manorial managers to make adjustments. When grain prices rose sharply, they did not necessarily reduce the total quantity of food given to workers, but they did alter its composition. More expensive grains might be replaced by cheaper ones. Grain that might otherwise have gone into ale could be redirected into bread. Non-essential animal products could be cut back. Yet even in difficult years, employers often still provided substantial food because harvest labour remained too important to neglect. If the crop was valuable, feeding workers well was still seen as worth the cost. That response is significant. Manor managers were not indifferent to labour productivity, and they understood that underfeeding workers during the most demanding season could be self-defeating. This helps place harvest diets in the wider social landscape. Independent wage earners and poor peasants must also have changed their consumption in bad years, but probably in harsher ways. They may have reduced or eliminated ale and animal foods altogether when resources were tight. The manor, by contrast, could absorb some of the shock and maintain a better standard for those working directly in the harvest. That does not mean harvest workers enjoyed comfort by modern standards, but it does mean their seasonal diet stood above the daily norm of many labouring people. So the value of the Sedgeford accounts lies not only in their detail, but in what they reveal about medieval society more broadly. They show a workforce fed well enough to sustain intense labour, but not treated lavishly. They reveal a diet still grounded in bread and ale, yet increasingly enriched by meat, fish, and dairy produce. They show gradual improvement rather than sudden transformation, and they expose both the flexibility and the limits of manorial provision in the face of crisis. Most of all, They bring the harvest season into focus as a moment when labour, food, hierarchy, and economic calculation all came together. In those few weeks each year, the medieval countryside revealed something essential about how it fed its workers, how it valued their effort, and how changing standards of diet reflected deeper changes within the rural world. The food given to harvest workers can tell an important story, but it would be a mistake to treat it as the normal diet of ordinary medieval people throughout the year. The meals served during harvest were unusually generous and belonged to a special moment in the rural calendar. They reflected the intense demand for labour, the physical strain of the work, and the competition among employers who needed willing hands in the fields. Because of that, harvest workers often ate far better in those weeks than they did during the rest of the year. Their food can reveal change over time, especially the movement away from an overwhelmingly cereal diet toward one with more meat and other additions. But it cannot simply be taken as the standard daily fare of the lower classes as a whole. The contrast becomes especially clear when the harvest diet is compared with what the same people received outside the harvest season. On many manors, some of those fed at the Lord's table in autumn were the permanent servants of the estate. For the rest of the year, these workers usually lived on grain allowances and modest cash wages, and those allowances were plainly inferior in both quality and quantity to what they received during harvest. In Norfolk, for example, servants continued to receive barley long after harvest workers had begun to eat increasing amounts of rye and wheat. Their annual allowances rose somewhat during the upheavals of the 14th century, but even then they remained slightly worse than the weekly grain available during harvest. And once the season ended, their cash wages were nowhere near enough to buy the same levels of ale, meat, fish, and dairy produce that had been available in the fields. Similar contrasts appear across the country. At some manors, workers who ate fine wheat bread during harvest lived for the rest of the year on coarser grains, mixed cereals, peas, or barley. These routine allowances strongly suggest that the ordinary diet of agricultural wage labourers was much poorer than the special diet of harvest time. Peasants who lived from their own produce probably also ate less well than harvest workers during the autumn, even if their diet shared some basic features with it. There are signs of overlap. In some areas, the mixtures of wheat, rye, or barley consumed by harvest workers resemble the grain allowances granted to retired peasants under maintenance agreements. Before the Black Death, the heavy use of dairy produce and bacon in harvest meals also fits what is known of peasant consumption. But any resemblance has limits. Better-off peasants with a cow or two could produce some milk and cheese, yet nothing on the scale made available to a group of harvest labourers, fed from the resources of a domain. If dozens of workers had access to the output of many cows during the season, a peasant household with only one or two animals had to stretch its dairy products much more carefully across the year. The richest peasants may have eaten better during harvest and may even have offered similar meals to their own workers in order to compete for labour. But that does not mean they maintained such standards in ordinary times. Their advantage lay more in security than in abundance. A peasant household with land at least had some continuing access to food, while many temporary harvest workers had no guarantee of employment once the season ended. That distinction mattered even more in bad years, when smallholders could not produce enough and lacked the cash to buy much more. One useful way to compare diets is to look at the balance between cereal foods and what accompanied them. After the changes of the 14th century, harvest workers often seem to have reached a rough balance between the two, with bread, pottage, and ale standing on one side, and meat, fish, and dairy produce on the other. That placed them well above many institutional poor and above some groups of labourers in other trades. Building workers and hired transport workers, for example, often seem to have eaten on a noticeably poorer balance than harvest labourers. Before the Black Death, the distance between harvest workers and the aristocratic or clerical elite was much greater. Comparisons with the meals of a prioress and her household show the difference clearly. The upper ranks enjoyed far more meat, fewer cereals in proportion, and additional luxuries that never appeared in the workers' rations. Yet by the 15th century, harvest diets had improved enough to narrow part of that gap. They still did not match elite standards, but they had moved closer to the lower levels of clerical or minor gentle consumption than they had been a century earlier. This places harvest labourers in an unusual position. During the autumn, they formed something like an aristocracy of labour. Their meals were far superior to the diet of ordinary agricultural workers for most of the year. In some cases, they also seem to have eaten better than other classes of wage earners, and to have approached, though not equalled, the standards of more secure peasant households. The harvest season temporarily lifted them into a distinct category. That did not make them prosperous in any lasting sense, but it does mean that the food they received must be interpreted as a seasonal high point, rather than a reliable daily norm. Even so, the direction of change in harvest diets does reflect broader developments in medieval society. The rise in the quality of food given to harvest workers was not entirely isolated. Permanent servants also began to receive better grain, especially a higher proportion of wheat, in the late 14th and 15th centuries, even if they rarely reached a fully wheat-based diet. Contemporary complaints by clerical and gentle observers about servants demanding good ale and hot fresh meat suggest that expectations were changing more widely among the labouring population. Other evidence points in the same direction. The shift in agriculture from arable to pasture after the mid-14th century would have increased the supply of meat, while the growing professionalisation of brewing suggests that ale consumption may also have expanded. Harvest diets, then, are exceptional, but they still reveal larger movements in standards of living and patterns of consumption among the lower ranks of society. The discussion then moves to a different but closely related subject: freshwater fish. Here too, medieval life is often misunderstood. Ponds survive widely in the landscape, but written evidence about their use is much thinner, and that imbalance has encouraged myths. It is easy to imagine that villagers built ponds for their own food, or that monasteries depended on fish, because their diet was uniquely restricted. Some also assume that inland fish production was essential simply because sea fish could not travel far from the coast, or that fasting rules by themselves explain the whole scale of freshwater fish consumption. The reality looks rather different. Freshwater fish belonged first and foremost to aristocratic consumption. Fish ponds are found most often beside moated houses, castles, monastic sites, and within parks. Their construction and maintenance required wealth, organisation, and specialist labour that ordinary peasants could never have afforded. The cost of managing ponds makes that point unmistakable. Even a single episode of cleaning or enlarging a pond system could absorb sums equal to the value of a large herd of cattle or years of skilled wages. Building and maintaining ponds required earth-moving, carpentry, sluices, pipes, and complex water control. It also demanded management beyond the pond itself, including the transport of breeding stock over long distances. All of this lay far beyond peasant resources. Village ponds that appear in documents or survive in the landscape were usually meant for watering animals, not for serious fish culture. Fish ponds as productive food resources belong to kings, great lords, bishops, monasteries, knights, and the gentry. These groups formed only a tiny minority of the population, but their incomes allowed them to consume food on a scale impossible for ordinary people. That aristocratic context matters because fish occupied a specific place within elite diet. Upper-class households ate large quantities of animal protein, far more than most of the population, and fish was an important part of that pattern. Religious rules did play a role. Meat was forbidden not only during Lent, but also on many regular fast days and vigils. For poorer people, that restriction did not make much difference, because meat was never a daily expectation. For aristocratic households, however, it created a constant need for alternatives. Freshwater fish helped meet that need, not simply by providing nourishment, but by offering variety. Wealthy households expected meals made up of several dishes, and fish contributed to that diversity of texture, taste, and display. The main evidence for this comes from aristocratic household accounts. These survive in large numbers, but they vary in usefulness. Some mention fish only in passing, especially when fish taken from a lord's own ponds, or given as gifts, did not involve purchase. Such records can be frustrating, because they hint at fish consumption without revealing its scale. More informative are the accounts that assign values even to fish supplied from domain ponds or received by other means. A good example comes from the household of a late medieval bishop, whose records show both purchased sea fish and freshwater fish drawn from his own stock. On a typical fast day, the household might consume salted fish, dried cod, fresh salmon, butter, and several freshwater species taken from nearby ponds. That kind of detail reveals not only what was eaten, but also the economic value placed on different kinds of fish. One of the most striking points is that sea fish usually outweighed freshwater fish in quantity, even in inland households. Distance from the coast was not an insurmountable barrier. Preserved sea fish moved easily through markets, and even fresh fish reached inland consumers more often than might be expected. A Staffordshire bishop, for example, regularly bought several kinds of sea fish through local markets. Other Midland households also purchased oysters, mussels, haddock, and even porpoise. In some places, the proportion of freshwater fish was still substantial, especially where rivers, fens, or ponds were abundant. But even in inland aristocratic diets, sea fish often appeared in larger numbers. Freshwater fish mattered not because it replaced sea fish, but because it complemented it. In value, however, freshwater fish could equal or exceed sea fish, despite being consumed in smaller quantities. This reflects the high prices placed on pond fish and certain river species. A single pike, tench, or bream could be worth a surprising amount. These were not cheap substitutes for meat. They were luxury items, and their value rested partly on scarcity, partly on the labour needed to produce or obtain them, and partly on status. The species most often consumed included eels, pike, bream, tench, perch, and roach, along with salmon. Some of these could be taken from rivers as well as ponds, and local conditions shaped the exact mix. Households in one region might enjoy trout, dace, chub, or grayling from local waters, while those in East Anglia had access to other species from fenland fisheries. Carp, which later became famous pond fish, arrived only in the late 15th century and took time to become important. These patterns also show how fish were supplied. In theory, a great household might have tried to rely on its own estates, moving from one residence to another, while drawing on local ponds and fisheries. In practice, the system was more complicated. By the 14th and 15th centuries, aristocratic households tended to stay longer in favoured residences, and fish often had to be transported from distant manors. Lords and bishops drew fish from ponds many miles away, and the royal household operated an especially elaborate system in which written orders sent fish across the country to wherever the court happened to be. Even households that owned ponds still bought a significant share of their freshwater fish on the market. As domain assets were leased out more often in the later Middle Ages, reliance on purchase increased further. That market in freshwater fish was substantial. Wealthy townsmen, eager to imitate aristocratic tastes, depended entirely on it. Lords sometimes sold surpluses from their own ponds, but more often fish ponds and river fisheries were farmed out to tenants who sold most of the catch. Some of these fish were handled by specialist dealers, including traders known specifically for selling pike or other freshwater species. London formed the largest centre of demand, but provincial markets, especially places like Cambridge with access to fenland resources, also played major roles. River fisheries could be highly productive, yet even here only a small fraction of the catch might be reserved for the lord's household, with the rest sold or preserved. The prices paid for freshwater fish reveal just how strong demand had become. Small river fish could sometimes be bought cheaply enough for poorer people to afford them, and there is evidence that peasants did occasionally eat fish they caught themselves. Local trade in river fish could be lively, especially in fenland towns and villages, so freshwater fish was not completely beyond the reach of the lower orders. But the larger and more desirable fish were costly luxuries. A mature pike in the 15th century could cost as much as a skilled craftsman earned in a week. A tench worth several pence represented the value of dozens of loaves of bread or many gallons of ale. Prices like these make it clear that the choicer freshwater fish belonged mainly to the world of aristocratic consumption. Part of that expense must have come from the nature of fish farming itself. Ponds were labour-intensive, many species grew slowly, and management methods often seem inefficient by later standards. There was clearly room for improvement, as later treatises on fish farming make plain. But economics alone cannot explain the value attached to freshwater fish. Status also mattered. Some species that modern tastes regard as poor eating fetched surprisingly high prices in medieval accounts. That suggests they were prized not just for nourishment or flavour, but for what they represented. Like truffles or caviar in later elite culture, certain freshwater fish carried prestige. They belonged to a social language of luxury, distinction, and display. The high value placed on freshwater fish can be seen not only in household accounts, or the cost of maintaining ponds, but also in the way fish moved through the world of gifts, favours, and ceremony. In medieval society, food was often used to strengthen relationships, and at the upper levels of that society, the most desirable gifts were rarely everyday necessities. Wine, venison, and game served this purpose, and freshwater fish belonged in the same category. Kings sent fish from their ponds to reward service or show favour. Powerful subjects offered valuable fish to their patrons in hopes of securing support and goodwill. Senior churchmen exchanged notable catches as gestures of respect. Town governments also understood the language of such gifts. When they needed influence, protection, or friendship from a powerful lord or royal officer, they might present fish alongside other luxury foods. The value of such offerings mattered, but so did their symbolism. Freshwater fish were not chosen because they were ordinary. They were chosen because they were prestigious, and because everyone involved understood what they represented. That same prestige made freshwater fish particularly suitable for feasts and special occasions. Everyday fish meals in aristocratic households often relied on more common and less glamorous staples, such as stockfish or herrings. Freshwater species entered the scene most clearly when a household wanted to mark an event, honour a guest, or elevate the meal above the routine. On an important religious feast that happened to fall on a fish day, a host might assemble a table crowded with salmon, eels, trout, perch, dace, pike, and other choice fish, turning the absence of meat into an opportunity for display rather than restraint. The same pattern appears on Christmas Eve, on New Year celebrations that fell on fasting days, and on occasions when distinguished guests arrived. A royal visit, for example, could trigger the special purchase of pike and tench from London markets. Royal households themselves staged even grander fish feasts, drawing supplies from across the kingdom in order to create abundance on a ceremonial scale. Recipe collections from the late Middle Ages reinforce this image. Freshwater fish appear prominently in dishes intended for wealthy establishments and festive occasions rather than everyday use. They were prepared with sharp sauces made from wine, vinegar, onions, and spices, or incorporated into elaborate dishes thickened with rice, almond milk, sugar, and ginger. These were not humble meals. They were carefully constructed displays of taste, wealth, and refinement. Even when freshwater fish were served in smaller amounts on ordinary fish days, the social division at the table remained clear. The better species went to the high table, to the lord, the gentry, or the more honoured members of the household. Servants were fed in quantity, but with cheaper preserved fish. The difference was not hidden. It was part of the social meaning of the meal. Food in general cannot be separated from the society that produces and consumes it, and freshwater fish make that especially clear. Eating is never only about nourishment. It also expresses status, access, hierarchy, and cultural values. Anthropologists have often observed that sophisticated cuisines flourish most fully in societies with strong social distinctions, and medieval England fits that pattern very well. Fish ponds were not only practical sources of food, they helped define the physical and symbolic separation of the aristocracy from the rest of society. Many lay behind park boundaries, beside moats, or within restricted precincts. They belonged to landscapes designed to exclude. Like parks, warrens, and hunting rights, they were tied to privilege. The ability to possess and enjoy these resources marked a social boundary as much as an economic one. That helps explain why attacks on ponds and parks in the 14th century should not be dismissed as simple theft. Repeated assaults on these enclosed resources may also be read as challenges to privilege itself. When large groups descended on a lord's park, took deer, and stole fish in quantity, the act carried more than material meaning. It struck at something the aristocracy valued not only for its utility, but for its exclusiveness. Fish, like game, had become part of the language of power, and to take them unlawfully was to violate more than property. It was to break through a visible social barrier. Freshwater fish also helped define distinctions within the aristocracy itself. Ownership of a well-stocked pond was one of the signs of entry into a refined and elevated way of life. That is why literary observers could use such details to expose ambition and social climbing. A prosperous man of non-gentle birth who maintained ponds full of bream and pike was doing more than feeding his household. He was adopting the outward symbols of aristocratic living. In the later Middle Ages, such gestures became increasingly charged, as older elites grew more conscious of wealthy newcomers rising from below. The leasing out of domain and ponds, and the increasing ability of rich peasants or townsmen to acquire and manage resources once controlled by lords, threatened to blur older distinctions. Some of these men profited from fish sales and enjoyed some of the consumption patterns, once more exclusive to the landed elite. Yet the symbolic power of freshwater fish did not disappear. They remained markers of distinction well beyond the medieval period. The text then turns from fish to gardens, another feature of medieval life whose real importance is often difficult to measure. Modern England is full of enthusiasm for gardens, and that enthusiasm has sometimes encouraged a view of the past in which horticulture seems larger and more central than it really was. A colder look suggests that medieval gardening mattered a great deal to daily life and comfort, but not because it dominated the economy. Gardens are difficult to study precisely because they were so ordinary. Many people had access to them, and for that reason they often passed without detailed comment. Gardening usually required little cash, little formal accounting, and little administrative attention. It belonged to the domestic economy, to routine consumption and everyday maintenance. And because of that, it often disappears into the gaps of the record. Language makes the problem worse. Medieval people used a wide and imprecise vocabulary for gardens, orchards, enclosed plots, and the attached land around houses. The same word could cover spaces containing grass, fruit trees, herbs, vegetables, and small enclosures of various kinds. Terms that seem more specific can still be frustratingly vague. The result is that gardens often hide behind broader words for enclosures, crofts, curtilages, and messuages. Even their products are hard to pin down. A single word for herbs, fruit, or leeks might cover many different species. That vagueness reflects the everyday nature of horticulture. It was familiar enough that people often saw no need to define it carefully. By almost any measurement, medieval gardening remained small in scale. In many regions, gardens may have occupied no more than 1 or 2% of the productive land. The cash income they generated was tiny. Very few people worked in horticulture full-time, and the internal trade in garden produce was so limited that documents mention it only rarely. Compared with grain, wool, meat, and cheese, horticulture was economically marginal. Later centuries, with their larger and more commercial fruit and vegetable production, would increase its importance. But in the Middle Ages, it probably accounted for only a very small share of total agricultural output. Yet this does not mean gardens were unimportant. Their significance lay less in quantity than in quality. They improved daily life, diversified food, provided useful produce close at hand, and offered spaces of leisure, control, and display. For lords, the garden was also a statement. It formed part of a visible language of wealth and exclusiveness, much like the pond. Seigneurial gardens were enclosed, sometimes strongly, with walls, moats, hedges, or fences. They were often attached to fortified houses, monasteries, castles, or manorial centres, and in some cases they lay within or beside parks. These were not just places of production. They were also settings for leisure, refinement, and the performance of status. A lord or lady might take personal pleasure in the management of a garden, treating it almost as a cultivated pastime. Yet these gardens were also worked spaces, and in the 13th and 14th centuries, while domain was still directly managed, they could be actively exploited for produce. Most of these gardens were not large. Many were no more than 2 acres, though gardens of 5 to 8 acres were certainly known, and a few much larger examples existed beside major religious or noble centres. In some places there is evidence of expansion during the 13th century, with old gardens enlarged or new ones replacing smaller predecessors. Large gardens commonly stood near residences of real importance, royal and episcopal centres, monasteries, castles, and the houses of major secular lords. Some monasteries maintained several gardens at once, allocating small plots to different officials. On large estates, gardening activity tended to be concentrated selectively, rather than spread everywhere. Only a minority of manors might contain substantial gardens, suggesting deliberate estate policy rather than random local habit. These horticultural arrangements could be closely integrated into wider management. Some estates centralised the production of cider from orchards scattered across several manors. Others designated particular places to supply vegetables, fruit, or even wine. A manor with a large garden might be expected to meet its own household needs, provide vegetables for servants' meals, yield a little cash from sales, and send selected produce to a monastic kitchen or lordly centre some distance away. On large ecclesiastical or lay estates, this reflects deliberate organisation. Smaller landowners, by contrast, often occupied a single residence, and may have supervised gardening more directly. Since some of their gardens were large relative to the scale of their estates, horticulture could represent a more visible proportion of their domestic resources. Judging the profits of gardens in straightforward financial terms is difficult, because direct sales were only part of the story. When manors were given overall cash valuations, the garden often contributed almost nothing noticeable. This is not because it produced no value, but because most of its produce was consumed within the household rather than sold. Larger gardens could sometimes return a modest cash profit, but those sums were tiny compared with the overall income of magnates. Some great gardens yielded only a few pounds after costs, and many probably made no profit at all if labour is calculated honestly. Their justification lay in hidden consumption. They gave the household fresh produce under direct control, and that convenience mattered even when the accounts made the enterprise look unimpressive. The surviving records often create the impression that gardening was intermittent and irregular. A garden might be intensively used for a time, then neglected, grassed over, revived, or partly leased out. Personal interest probably played a major role. Some lords cared enough to maintain active production. Others lost interest or preferred to let parts of the garden to tenants for cash or produce. In many cases, the suspiciously neat sums recorded as the fruit of the garden hint that informal renting arrangements stood behind the figures. Long before lords abandoned the direct management of larger agricultural assets, they were often willing to let gardens pass out of their own hands, either still as gardens or converted into pasture. That again reminds us that the economic weight of horticulture was slight. Gardens mattered, but they mattered as supplements, conveniences, luxuries, and symbols rather than as major engines of wealth. Peasant gardens must have served a much more practical purpose than the carefully enclosed pleasure grounds of the lords. For ordinary rural households, these spaces were not ornaments or symbols of rank. They were useful pieces of land tied directly to survival, comfort, and small-scale independence. Sometimes records mention a distinct plot actually described as a garden, and these were often divided into tiny sections held by different individuals, almost like later allotments. Some were very small indeed. A few may have begun as fragments of old lordly gardens, while others occupied the sites of abandoned houses. But for most peasants, gardening happened within the home plot itself, in the space behind the house, sheds, and animal pens. The size of that domestic enclosure varied from region to region, and this mattered a great deal. In parts of eastern England, where records allow close measurement, the average messuage seems to have covered about half an acre. Further west, the evidence suggests much smaller house plots, often closer to a quarter of an acre. In some places they were smaller still. Only part of that land could be used for horticulture, since the rest was taken up by buildings, yards, access, and space for animals. Barns might stand inside what was technically part of the garden. Fruit trees were often planted not in a separate orchard but along the hedges and boundaries, where every strip of space had to be used carefully. The peasant garden was therefore not a broad and open cultivated area, but a tightly managed patch fitted into the margins of domestic life. These differences in the size of house plots point toward wider regional contrasts in the importance of horticulture. In East Anglia, where peasant holdings were often small, the garden could represent a significant proportion of a family's resources. In Midland villages, where holdings were usually larger, the same amount of garden land formed only a tiny fraction of the total. This suggests that gardening may have mattered more in densely populated regions, where land was scarce, labour was abundant, and cultivation had to be intensive. The link between small holdings and gardening appears again and again in the records. Small plots, specifically called gardens, are very often associated with cottages and humble tenements, But size alone did not determine everything. Climate, soil, closeness to markets, and the structure of the field system also influenced how much gardening developed. It was far easier to grow varied crops in enclosed landscapes than in areas dominated by a rigid, open field system. That is why some parts of western counties, with milder weather, richer soils, enclosed holdings, and good access to towns, show much more evidence of gardens and orchards than more specialised grain and sheep country elsewhere. Even neighbouring villages could differ sharply depending on their local conditions. A rough guide to the importance of gardening can be found in tithe records. When small crops such as apples, onions, flax, and hemp are compared with the great staples like grain, wool, and other main products, the result is clear. Horticulture remained a modest part of the village economy almost everywhere. There were local exceptions, and in some southern districts the proportion could rise noticeably. But in most places, garden produce formed only a small share of total output. Even where it mattered more than usual, it never rivaled the main agricultural foundations of rural life. This confirms the broader picture. Peasant gardens were useful and valued, but they were not the economic centre of the countryside. The crops most likely to appear in the records are flax, hemp, and apples, partly because they were valuable enough to attract attention. Other evidence, especially disputes over trespassing animals, points toward a wider range of produce, though often in a more indirect way. Such cases mention vegetables, fruit, and very often grass. This is revealing. The peasant garden was not necessarily a neat patch packed with vegetables. It often combined several functions. Maintenance agreements made when elderly peasants handed over their holdings in return for support sometimes describe these domestic resources in unusually clear terms. Again and again, what appears is not a specialised vegetable plot alone, but a combination of grass and fruit trees. This makes sense. Peasant households could not ignore the needs of their animals. Livestock mattered for traction, sale, and food, so grazing space was precious. The garden, then, was often a mixed area in which a little grass, a few trees, and some cultivated produce existed side by side. The fruit trees themselves may often have been few in number. In some documented cases, the total seems surprisingly small, perhaps only a handful. Yet even a few trees could matter a great deal. There are occasional glimpses of larger orchards or more substantial fruit yields, but these are not typical enough to overturn the general impression. The important point is that peasants cared deeply about these resources. They fenced and hedged their gardens, defended them in court when animals or neighbours damaged them, and treated them as valuable parts of the holding. Elderly tenants often insisted on retaining a share of the garden or the fruit from a specific tree after surrendering the main holding. Such details speak very clearly. However limited the economic scale of peasant horticulture may have been, these plots mattered intimately to the people who used them. Gardens were not only rural. Some of the earliest recorded examples appear in or near towns, and by the later Middle Ages, urban and suburban gardening had become a familiar feature of English life. Around large towns, and especially around London, broad zones of gardens developed. These served several functions at once. Great aristocratic and ecclesiastical gardens near the capital supplied elite households when their owners came to London for Parliament, royal service, or other business. At the same time, they could profit from the huge demand of the urban market. Around Westminster, Holborn, the Strand, Charing Cross, and the south bank of the Thames, there were concentrations of gardens, unlike anything found elsewhere in the country. Some belonged to nobles and bishops, some to monasteries, some to townsmen. Together, they formed a ring of productive, cultivated land feeding one of the largest concentrations of consumers in England. Large provincial towns also supported horticulture, though on a smaller scale. Monastic precincts might contain major gardens, and local gentry who maintained town houses often kept gardens as well. In many places, the suburbs became the main centres of gardening, partly because there was more space there, and partly because gardens near the walls could supply the town while remaining close to market. Sometimes these suburban gardens became important enough to cause controversy. In one town threatened by war, officials worried that orchards and gardens outside the walls would shelter attackers, and even tried to limit the size of trees. This is an unusually dramatic example, but it reminds us that gardens were not marginal scraps of land. Around towns, they could occupy visible and valuable space. Gardens also existed within towns themselves. The standard urban plot often had enough depth to leave room behind the frontage for some kind of open area. Not every burgage contained a garden, since workshops, privies, sheds and houses competed for the same space, but many did. In shrinking towns of the 14th and 15th centuries, when houses disappeared and plots fell, partly vacant, gardens could spread into areas that had once been built up. Whole districts developed concentrations of adjacent gardens inside the urban perimeter. Small towns in particular could show a surprisingly strong emphasis on gardening. In such places, the distinction between town and countryside is useful. The town itself often had far more gardens than the surrounding villages, and some of these were detached plots rather than just appendages to houses. Their size could be quite substantial by non-seigneurial standards. This suggests that even modest towns stimulated horticulture both within their boundaries and just beyond them. Urban gardening was practiced by many kinds of people. The wealthy might keep larger pleasure gardens, sometimes given names that evoke delight and display. Ordinary craftsmen and traders might cultivate much smaller plots, simply to provide food. Some of these gardens were productive enough to be worth serious protection. Complaints survive from townsmen who claimed large losses when animals broke through fences and destroyed vegetables, herbs, and other produce. Such sums may sometimes have been exaggerated, but not invented. When urban tithes are examined, the results can be striking. Town parishes sometimes produced huge quantities of garlic, onions, flax, and similar crops compared with rural places of similar size. This reflects exactly what might be expected. Heavy market demand combined with abundant labour. Most gardening, however, remained unspecialised. It was done by peasants and townspeople in spare moments, fitted around more important work. The timing helped. Apples, flax, and other garden crops often demanded labour at seasons that did not directly conflict with the grain harvest. In rural society, the earliest specialised gardeners seem to have been peasant tenants, obliged by tenure to work the lord's garden. They may well have descended from older, dependent labourers. By the 13th and 14th centuries, some lords employed regular servants as gardeners, but true specialists remained few. Most seigneurial gardens were still tended mainly by workers who had other duties for most of the year, with some extra help from women, boys, casual labourers, or tenant services. In ordinary gardens, there was little need for advanced skill, and wages reflect this. Only in exceptional cases, especially in prestigious gardens near London or in vineyards, do clearly specialist and better rewarded managers appear. Gardening generally required little capital. The enclosure itself could be costly if it had to be built new, but the tools were cheap, and even the more substantial equipment, like a cider press, represented a limited investment compared with the larger machinery of agriculture. Labour was the main expense. Digging, manuring, weeding, gathering, and especially processing flax and hemp demanded time and hands more than cash outlay. The methods used are hard to reconstruct in detail, but the range of crops in many places seems fairly narrow. Common vegetables probably included onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, peas, beans, and parsley. Fruits included apples, pears, cherries, plums, grapes, nuts, and related produce. Yet the range widened noticeably in urban and especially elite gardens near London, where a much more varied horticulture appears. Archaeology confirms that some vegetables scarcely mentioned in documents were in fact grown and eaten. In theory, gardening ought to have been one of the most intensive forms of cultivation in medieval England. There are hints that this was sometimes true. Some crops were sown densely. Manure seems to have been used heavily, and gardeners developed techniques such as grafting that required care and knowledge. High rents for some gardens, especially in towns, also suggest that they could be valuable pieces of land. But the picture is mixed. Much evidence points in the opposite direction, toward underuse and loose management. Even large urban gardens were sometimes partly laid down to grass, and some famous plots were used at times for grain rather than specialised produce. Gardening was potentially intensive, but it was not always so in practice. As labour became more expensive and landlords withdrew from direct management, in the later Middle Ages, gardens were often leased out. In London, this helped create a new kind of entrepreneurial gardener. Such men probably had always mixed service to a lord with independent trade. But once the great gardens were rented out, they became more visible as commercial producers in their own right. They paid substantial rents and sold peas, cherries, vegetables, and other produce in urban markets. Some of their profits also came from seed and plant sales. Again, towns were central. Onion seed, leek seed, young plants, young trees, and hedging stock were all bought and sold, often in urban markets. Flowers, vegetables, and fruit found ready customers there. The marketing of garden produce was a small trade, but it existed at several levels. At the top end, fruiterers supplied richer consumers in London and other big towns. At the bottom end were hucksters, carrying produce in baskets through the streets, often poor people, especially women, living by a precarious and seasonal trade. Some came in from nearby villages. Others were settled dealers, known by names tied to the products they sold, such as garlic sellers and leek sellers. Still, this world remained modest compared with the far larger trades in bread, ale, fish, cheese, or poultry. Garden produce was too cheap to generate huge fortunes. Apples were cheap beside wheat. Cider was cheaper than ale. Onions sold at ordinary rates, only special varieties, luxury fruit, or desirable early produce like green peas could command really impressive prices. This helps explain both the small profile of horticulture in commercial records and the steady attraction of imported produce. England continued to import onions, garlic, dyes, hemp, cabbages, seeds, and later hops, which suggests that local horticulture did not fully satisfy demand. It is sometimes claimed that medieval people of all ranks ate very large quantities of fruit and vegetables. That view is difficult to sustain. Household accounts, where they survive, suggest rather limited and irregular consumption, especially among the elite. Large institutions might receive impressive totals of garlic or apples over a year. But once these quantities are divided among all the consumers, the daily amount per person shrinks sharply. A great household staying for long periods in one residence would have strained even a substantial garden. Yet detailed elite accounts rarely show major purchases of fruit and vegetables. The explanation seems to be not that such foods were consumed in abundance, but that they were not regarded as central. Elite cuisine remained overwhelmingly focused on meat, fish, and spice-rich dishes. Fruit and vegetables appeared in recipes and some dishes were built around them, but they were not the foundation of aristocratic eating. Fresh produce was often associated with poverty, simplicity, or even penitence. Some people distrusted raw green food as unhealthy. Among the upper ranks, garden produce tended to appear seasonally, especially in Lent or as a treat in early summer or at Christmas. Certain fruits and vegetables could also function as delicacies or gifts. Strawberries, peascods, apples, pears, and cherries might be valued not because they were nutritionally essential, but because they were seasonal, desirable, and suitable for presentation. Town authorities could offer them to distinguished guests, just as they offered other luxuries. In ordinary budgeting for travel, provisioning, and military expeditions, fresh produce was far from central. This strongly suggests that garden products, though appreciated, were not seen as indispensable staples. Poorer people, by contrast, probably relied on them more. Their basic diet still rested on bread, porridge, and ale, but the garden gave useful additions. Servants on manors, who came largely from the poorer peasantry, received pottage in which vegetables from the lord's garden played a regular if poorly documented part. Peasant cooking must have followed the same general pattern. Garden crops provided flavour, variety, and some nutritional support. They could also be especially valuable at hard moments. Village bylaws sometimes allowed the poor to gather green peas during the hungry weeks before harvest. And such rules make sense only if these foods really mattered. The evidence that survives suggests that peasant households with orchards might at least secure a modest, regular supply of cider and fruit. These were not grand luxuries, but useful supports in an uncertain economy. Towns stood at the centre of both production and consumption. This was partly because aristocratic and wealthy buyers came into towns expecting to find whatever they needed there. It was also because many urban inhabitants lacked direct access to a garden and therefore depended on the market. In addition, urban life seems to have encouraged more varied tastes. Archaeology has produced especially vivid evidence here. The contents of medieval drains, cesspits, and latrines reveal not only the expected remains of cereals, but the stones, pips, and seeds of many fruits, apples, pears, plums, cherries, grapes, damsons, gooseberries, strawberries, and also wild fruits, such as blackberries and sloes. The picture is one of variety rather than monotony. Yet even this evidence has limits. It cannot show exactly who ate these fruits or how often. A cesspit may represent many months or years of use. Still, it suggests strongly that urban consumers, or at least some among them, enjoyed a broader range of plant foods than the written record alone would imply. Towns also encouraged demand for industrial crops grown in gardens, especially flax, hemp, teasels, and dye stuffs tied to textile production. This reminds us again that the medieval garden was not only about pleasure or even food. It was a flexible, practical, and often underestimated part of everyday life. Its economic scale was small, but its uses were many. For peasants, it provided useful additions to the household economy. For townspeople, it could offer food, profit, and market opportunities. For lords, it expressed refinement, control, and selective consumption. Medieval horticulture never dominated the landscape, but it threaded itself through domestic life, social difference, and local exchange in ways that made it much more significant than its small acreage might suggest. Understanding medieval peasants is impossible without looking closely at the spaces they lived in. Their houses were not just shelters, but reflections of their economy, their daily routines, and their position in society. For a long time, many historians described these homes as little more than crude huts, imagining small dark interiors where people and animals lived together in miserable conditions. These ideas often came from early archaeological interpretations that focused on the simplest remains: light structures, poor timber, and buildings that seemed temporary. Because of this, a general belief formed that peasant housing only became more durable and sophisticated toward the end of the Middle Ages. Yet this view has increasingly been questioned, as new evidence suggests a far more complex and varied reality. The word peasant itself has often been misunderstood. It tends to evoke an image of extreme poverty and helplessness, but in reality it described a broad group of rural people with different levels of wealth and independence. Some held only a few acres of land and relied on extra work to survive, while others controlled much larger plots and could produce surplus goods for the market. Most peasants fell somewhere in between, managing small to medium-sized holdings that required careful planning and effort. Together with their families, they made up the vast majority of the population. Their lives were shaped not only by agriculture, but also by trade, cooperation with neighbours, and participation in local markets. This economic activity influenced the way they built and maintained their homes. In many cases, peasants were not entirely free. A large portion of them held land under obligations that tied them to a lord, requiring labour services, rents, and restrictions on movement. Others were technically free, but often had smaller holdings and faced their own hardships. Despite these differences, both groups shared a degree of independence, as they were responsible for managing their land and making decisions about their livelihoods. Village life depended heavily on cooperation, especially in shared fields and pastures. Over time, money payments began to replace labour services, and buying and selling became more common, further integrating peasants into a wider economic system. These changes were reflected in their material world, including the layout and construction of their homes. Each household occupied a defined plot of land that served as the centre of daily life. These plots were usually arranged along village streets or roads, and were clearly marked by boundaries such as fences, hedges, or ditches. Within this space stood not just a single building, but often a small group of structures. The main house was accompanied by other buildings used for storing crops, housing animals, or carrying out specific tasks like baking or brewing. This arrangement created a compact working environment where domestic and agricultural activities were closely connected. The period after the mid-14th century brought significant changes. A dramatic decline in population led to shifts in land use and ownership. Some peasants began combining holdings, which made certain buildings unnecessary. Others adapted their farming methods, requiring different types of structures. At the same time, landowners became concerned about the loss of buildings, since empty or neglected properties meant lower income. They attempted to control the situation by enforcing repairs and maintenance through local courts, sometimes issuing detailed orders about specific buildings. Tenants who failed to comply could face fines or other penalties, while new tenants were often required to repair or rebuild structures within a set time. Despite these efforts, landlords struggled to maintain control. Peasants were increasingly aware of their stronger position and could leave if conditions became too demanding. In a time when land was not always in high demand, even a tenant with a damaged property was better than no tenant at all. As a result, many buildings fell into decay, and entire plots were abandoned over time. Gradually, landlords relaxed their enforcement, shifting from strict requirements to more general and less effective instructions. This period left behind a valuable record of disputes, agreements, and building practices, offering detailed insights into rural life. The evidence shows that peasant houses were not as simple as once believed. Most were built using a timber framework supported by curved wooden beams, a technique that could produce strong and durable structures. The walls were filled with woven material covered in a mixture of clay and other substances, then often finished with a light coating. Roofs were typically thatched, though some higher quality buildings used tiles. Stone was sometimes used at the base to provide stability. These construction methods indicate a level of skill and investment that challenges the idea of purely temporary housing. Inside the household space, buildings were usually divided by function. The main house often consisted of a central hall with 1 or 2 additional rooms, separated by partitions. Cooking areas might be located in separate structures, reducing the risk of fire. Unlike earlier periods, it became less common for people and animals to share the same building, suggesting an improvement in living conditions. In addition to the main house, a typical holding might include a barn or granary for storing crops, a byre or shed for animals, and sometimes specialised buildings like bakehouses or workshops. The number and arrangement of these buildings often reflected the wealth and status of the household. Rather than building larger houses, better-off peasants tended to have more structures, creating a small cluster around a central yard. Poorer households might have fewer and simpler buildings, but even these were part of an organised and functional layout. Some smaller structures were likely built more lightly and may not have survived long, which explains why they appear less often in records. Over time, there are signs of gradual improvements, such as the addition of upper floors or loft spaces in some houses. These developments suggest that peasant housing was evolving, adapting to changing needs and opportunities. Even agricultural buildings could be converted into living spaces when necessary, showing that their construction was often solid enough to allow for multiple uses. Taken together, this evidence reveals a far more dynamic picture of medieval rural life. Peasant housing was not static or uniformly poor, but varied according to resources, local conditions, and economic changes. These buildings were practical, adaptable, and closely tied to the everyday realities of those who lived in them. Rather than seeing them as crude shelters, it is more accurate to view them as part of a complex system that supported both survival and gradual improvement over time. The strength and appearance of peasant buildings depended above all on one essential resource: timber. In moments when landlords were especially anxious about the condition of rural holdings, they sometimes supplied wood from their own estates to push tenants toward repairs or rebuilding. If nearby woods could not meet the need, timber might be brought from farther away, even over a considerable distance. But those cases raise a larger question. In ordinary circumstances, when peasants repaired or rebuilt on their own initiative, where did their materials come from? Most construction was not carried out under direct pressure from a lord, and the houses of free tenants were usually outside manorial control altogether. That means a great deal of rural building must have relied on the peasant's own access to resources, his rights, or his spending power. Some villages certainly had trees on their own land. In heavily wooded districts, a peasant holding might include small patches of woodland. In more open farming country, useful timber could still be found in boundary lines, hedgerows, or around the home plot itself. Yet this did not solve the whole problem. On customary land, cutting trees was often regulated, and unauthorized felling could lead to punishment in the manor court. A tenant who needed wood for building may have been granted permission, while a freeholder would have faced fewer restrictions. But the available supply from small-scale local growth was limited. A few boundary trees might help with repairs or minor needs, yet the large, curved and heavy timbers required for the main frame of a serious house or barn demanded access to mature woodland. Peasants did possess certain customary rights that allowed them to take wood for repairing houses, but these rights were usually watched closely by estate officials. Such allowances were not likely to cover the timber needed for a full new structure. Theft from the woods also occurred, though the recorded cases suggest that most illegal cutting involved small quantities, often single trees or modest loads of wood. That may have helped with piecemeal repairs, but it was not enough to raise a complete new dwelling. Taken together, the evidence suggests that many peasants had to turn to the market when they needed major building timber. That possibility becomes even more convincing when timber prices appear in surviving records. Building wood was bought and sold just like other materials, and substantial trees suitable for structural work carried a real cost. A modest peasant house built on a timber frame may have required around 20 trees of mixed size, and the total value of that timber alone could amount to a serious sum. Once the work of felling, trimming, shaping, and hauling was added, the expense rose further. Even when the wood itself came from customary rights or a landlord's grant, labour still had to be found and paid for. Costs might be reduced by reusing old materials, and reused timber appears often enough to show that recycling older buildings was a normal and sensible strategy. Other materials were easier to obtain. Straw for thatch, clay for wall filling, and rods for wattling could often be gathered from the holding or from common land. Even so, a finished house still needed iron fittings, such as nails, hinges, locks, and keys, and those had to be bought. The buildings that survive from the later Middle Ages reveal another important fact. Peasant houses were not usually thrown together by untrained villagers improvising with rough materials. Their construction demanded the work of skilled craftsmen, especially carpenters. Some of the surviving frames show careful planning, technical confidence, and a strong command of joinery. It is sometimes argued that only the best examples survive and that they give too flattering an impression. Yet written records point in the same direction. Peasants regularly hired specialist workers, and lawsuits occasionally arose when those men failed to do their jobs properly. Carpenters appear frequently enough in village life to show that they were not rare artisans reserved for elite households alone. In some communities they were numerous, even forming a recognizable occupational group within the local population. The same is true of other trades connected with construction. Masons, thatchers, and daubers also appear in records concerning village building work. How much labour came from the peasant household itself is difficult to measure. Family members may have prepared materials, helped move supplies, or assisted in less technical parts of the process. But the evidence does not support the romantic image of the peasant house as something built almost entirely by its owner with little outside help. Farming itself demanded time and energy throughout much of the year, and the seasons were not always favourable for building. Specialist labour was therefore not an optional luxury. It was often a practical necessity. At certain moments, especially when a timber frame had to be raised into place, neighbours may have gathered to help in a more communal spirit. But even then, the structure itself depended on professional skill. Once materials had to be bought and craftsmen hired, the obvious conclusion follows. Peasant buildings involve substantial financial commitment. The cost of a completed house or barn was far from trivial. One of the clearest signs comes from cases where landlords themselves paid to rebuild tenant structures. In one well-documented example, a dwelling house and a barn were created economically by taking apart older buildings elsewhere, moving the timbers and putting them up again on a new site. Even with this thrifty use of second-hand materials, the final cost was high. And because the surviving account did not include every finishing detail, the real total must have been higher still. If all the timber had been new, the price would have increased further. Similar records of major repairs and complete rebuilding on other estates point in the same direction. A respectable peasant building was a valuable asset, not a disposable shelter. It might be argued that landlords built to a better standard than peasants themselves, and that their expenses, therefore, tell us little about ordinary village life. There may be some truth in that, but not enough to overturn the wider pattern. In several cases, estate officials were willing to use recycled frames taken from existing tenant buildings, which implies that those older peasant-made structures were considered sound enough to serve again. The fact that timber-framed buildings could be dismantled, moved and rebuilt does not suggest weakness. On the contrary, It points to the flexibility and strength of good carpentry. Some structures were even transferred from one place to another and adapted for entirely new purposes. Frames originally used in a rural setting could become part of a commercial or industrial building elsewhere. That kind of reuse would hardly have been possible if the original work had been flimsy. If great landlords had wanted tenant housing to be dramatically superior to ordinary peasant standards, they had the means to do so. They could have used finer masonry, more elaborate finishes, glazed windows, or costly tiled roofing as a matter of course. Yet most of the evidence suggests something more practical and restrained. Estate managers were trying to preserve income from holdings in a difficult economic climate, not create model villages out of generosity or grand vision. Their aim seems to have been simple: provide buildings that were solid, serviceable, and appropriate enough to attract and keep tenants. That makes their spending a useful guide when thinking about what peasants themselves may have paid under similar conditions. There is also direct evidence from repair estimates and tenancy agreements. When abandoned or neglected holdings were inspected, local juries sometimes assigned a money value to the damage. Small sums often referred to limited work such as patching a roof, but the larger assessments are more revealing. Heavy repairs to houses, cottages, or whole holdings could be valued at amounts that point toward the cost of major rebuilding, rather than casual maintenance. In cases where tenants were given cash support together with timber, or where they agreed to carry out a specified amount of construction within a fixed period, the figures again suggest that a new house or barn commonly required a serious outlay. A medium-sized rural building may have cost at least a few pounds, and more if timber had to be bought rather than obtained through rights or grants. That level of expense mattered. A few pounds represented a major economic decision in the later Middle Ages. Such sums could be compared with the yearly earnings of a skilled worker, or with the value of large numbers of livestock. Even if peasant houses were cheaper than many urban houses, they were still costly enough to demand planning, savings, negotiation, or assistance. In relation to wages and prices, these were not casual or temporary investments. They required real resources and reflected real priorities. A peasant who built or repaired a house was committing a large part of his means to that structure. The written evidence also fits remarkably well with the buildings that still survive in some regions. Across the West Midlands, for example, a number of late medieval rural houses remain standing, built with strong timber frames, low stone base walls, and 2, 3, or 4 bays. These are not isolated curiosities that belonged only to an unusually privileged minority. In villages where several survive together, they suggest the remains of what was once a much broader landscape of similar homes. The reason so many others disappeared lies less in original weakness than in later change. Low timber-framed houses were often difficult to adapt to the demands of later centuries, especially when fashion and practicality favoured taller two-storey dwellings. Many vanished not because they were poorly built, but because the world around them changed. When the scattered evidence is brought together, a clear picture begins to emerge. A peasant holding in the late Middle Ages usually contained more than a single dwelling. Very often there was a house and a barn, and in many cases 1 or 2 additional structures connected with storage, animals, food preparation, or work. The main buildings were commonly 2 or 3 bays in size, long enough to create usable living and working space without becoming grand. Their frames were built from substantial timbers, often by trained craftsmen, and their cost placed them well beyond the level of a crude shelter. Smaller buildings on the holding may have been lighter and cheaper, but even these should not automatically be dismissed as temporary or insignificant. A broader look beyond the West Midlands strengthens rather than weakens this impression. Other regions followed different building traditions, using different walling materials, roof coverings, and framing methods, yet the basic pattern remained familiar. Peasant households commonly occupied a small complex of buildings, rather than a lone hut. Houses and barns were often of similar dimensions across regions, even where the methods of construction differed. In some places, stone was more prominent. In others, earth walling or lighter timber techniques were used. But none of this means the buildings were worthless or casually made. Local variety was real, yet so was a shared commitment to practical, durable construction. Most of the surviving written evidence for peasant housing belongs to the years after the mid-14th century, so that period naturally attracts most of the attention. At first glance, it is tempting to see those years as a turning point, a time when rural housing suddenly became better, stronger, and more sophisticated. This fits neatly with the familiar picture of the later Middle Ages as a period when many peasants, especially after the great waves of plague, found themselves in a stronger position. Land was easier to obtain, rents could be lower, labour was more valuable, and some restrictions weakened. In that setting, it would make sense to imagine ordinary villagers building larger and more durable homes. The surviving houses seem to support that impression. Many of the best-known late medieval rural buildings date from the generations after 1400, and in some regions, especially in the southeast, substantial peasant houses still stand in remarkable numbers. Kent, in particular, preserves impressive examples that seem to reflect real prosperity in the countryside. Even so, that conclusion needs to be treated carefully. Better evidence does not always mean a completely new reality. Sometimes, the records become richer because institutions changed their habits, not because people suddenly changed the way they lived. After the great population losses of the 14th century, landlords paid much closer attention to buildings, because empty holdings, decayed houses, and abandoned plots directly threatened their income. That administrative concern produced far more detail than before. The changes in peasant life during the 14th century were important, but they were not so absolute that everything before them should be imagined as crude and undeveloped. Some peasants with larger holdings had already done quite well in the 13th century, especially when rising prices and relatively cheap labour allowed them to profit from production and trade. By contrast, the 15th century was not a simple age of prosperity for everyone. Those who had accumulated larger farms could also face serious difficulties when prices were low and wages were high. Social and economic history does not move in a straight line, and housing should not be forced into such a simple pattern either. Archaeology strengthens that caution. Excavation suggests that many of the important developments in peasant building were already underway before 1350. The real breakthroughs appear to belong largely to the 13th century, rather than to the generations after the Black Death. Many of the features associated with later medieval peasant housing can already be seen in the period from about 1200 onward. The general layout is one of the clearest examples. On many rural sites from the 13th century, a peasant holding was not made up of a single shelter standing alone. Instead, it often contained a house, a barn, and one or more additional buildings used for storage, animals, or domestic work. In some areas, long houses were more common than they later became, and one building may sometimes have combined several functions under a single roof. Yet even where long houses existed, they were often accompanied by other structures. In places where long houses were not part of the local tradition, houses and barns stood together, much as they did in later centuries. Excavated settlements, especially in eastern England, reveal that a peasant home plot could already contain a small cluster of buildings with clearly divided purposes. The size of these earlier buildings also shows continuity rather than revolution. Excavated houses from the 13th century usually fall within a range very close to that of buildings described in later documents. Most were modest but practical structures, neither tiny hovels nor unusually large residences. Their lengths and widths match the dimensions later associated with 2-bay and 3-bay buildings. Only the larger examples tend to suggest the classic long-house arrangement where people and animals shared the same structure. In other words, the ordinary scale of peasant housing appears to have been established well before the mid-14th century. Construction methods tell a similar story. One of the most important developments in medieval rural building was the move away from posts sunk directly into the earth. That older method had deep roots in earlier settlement traditions. But during the 13th century, it was increasingly replaced by more durable forms of support. In some places, builders used substantial stone foundation walls. In others, they relied on lighter but still deliberate solutions such as pad stones or clay-based walling. The details varied from region to region depending on available materials, but the broader direction is clear. Builders were trying to protect timber from damp, improve stability, and create structures that would last longer. These foundations marked a significant advance, even where the visible remains now seem modest. The meaning of those new foundations becomes even clearer when they are connected to changes in the timber superstructure. Earlier interpretations sometimes imagined low stone walls carrying a rough and simple roof, but growing attention to vernacular building has encouraged a different view. In many regions, especially in the West, the appearance of stone foundations seems closely linked to the spread of more advanced timber framing, including the use of curved cruck blades. If that interpretation is right, then many 13th century peasant houses were built on principles very close to those found in later medieval examples. The foundations kept the frame dry and level, while the timber structure above could support a well-made roof and a more stable wall system. The wooden elements themselves often leave little trace in the ground, which is why excavated buildings can appear simpler than they really were. But the combination of archaeology and scattered documentary evidence points toward a real continuity in building quality between the 13th century and the late Middle Ages. Smaller finds from excavations help fill out that picture. Peasant houses were not open. Makeshift shelters with no proper fittings. Doors could be hung on iron hinges or pivoted on stone supports. They might be secured with locks and keys. Openings could be protected with wooden shutters. Such details matter because they imply more than convenience. A door strong enough to resist intruders had to be fixed into a solid frame, and that frame had to belong to a structure with real strength. References from the late 13th century to houses equipped with multiple doors and windows suggest internal division, controlled access, and a level of carpentry that fits poorly with the old image of the peasant hut. If the structures were more advanced, the labour behind them must also have been more skilled. There is some evidence that peasants and their neighbours once played a direct part in construction, under older, self-help arrangements. In those systems, villagers might carry timber, prepare walling, or cooperate under the Lord's direction when repairs were needed. That tradition probably survived in some form for a long time. Yet even in the 13th century, rural society was already moving toward greater specialisation. The spread of occupational surnames offers one clue. Names connected with carpentry became common enough to suggest that woodworkers were no rarity. A rural county could contain many dozens, perhaps hundreds, of men whose trade involved timber construction. Such numbers only make sense if their work extended far beyond castles, monasteries, and manor houses. Peasant households must have formed a significant part of their market. This matters because it changes the way peasant housing should be imagined. Once specialist carpenters entered the picture, the notion of villagers building everything for themselves with little technical guidance becomes far less convincing. Skilled labour had to be paid, and the existence of that labour force reflects a broader economy in which building materials, transport, tools and expertise could all be bought. The expansion of markets in the 13th century may have played a decisive role here. A peasant was no longer limited only to what could be found on the holding or in the nearest woodland. Timber could increasingly be obtained through exchange, carried along improved routes, and combined with hired craftsmanship. Better buildings were not simply the result of local abundance, they were also a product of a more commercial countryside. Direct evidence for the exact cost of peasant buildings before 1350 is limited, but the scattered figures that survive are revealing. Timber alone could represent a substantial part of the total expense. Damages claimed in disputes over broken doors, locks, timbers, kilns, and other parts of a dwelling suggest that even partial destruction involved real value. When wages are added to the cost of materials, the final price of a respectable peasant house may already have reached a significant level. At the same time, not every rural structure was built to the same standard. Some cottages erected for estate servants seem to have been much cheaper than the houses of established peasant households. That difference is important. It suggests a spectrum of quality shaped by status, function, and resources. The poorest buildings certainly existed, but they should not be treated as representative of the whole rural population. One of the strongest objections to the idea of substantial early peasant housing comes from survival itself. If so many 13th century houses were well built, why are so few still standing? At first sight, that seems like a powerful argument. Yet survival across 7 centuries is an extreme test, and its results can easily mislead. A few early rural houses do survive, and when scientific dating has been applied, some have turned out to belong to the years around 1300 or even earlier. These are not always grand residences. In some cases, they seem to have belonged to tenants whose holdings were little different from those of prosperous peasants. As dating techniques improve, more such buildings are likely to be identified. Their rarity does not prove that earlier examples were badly built. It may simply reflect the destructive force of later rebuilding, shifting taste, and the constant remaking of the countryside. Archaeology offers a better measure of durability than modern survival. On some excavated sites, houses once thought to have lasted only a few decades are now believed to have remained in use far longer. In other settlements, buildings erected in the 13th century appear to have stood for a century or more before abandonment. Many were not destroyed because they collapsed quickly. They disappeared because villages shrank, populations moved, holdings were merged, or later generations rebuilt on new lines. A well-made medieval house could still be lost if no one chose to maintain it, or if a changing standard of comfort made it seem outdated. The disappearance of a building is not, by itself, proof that it was originally poor. Another explanation sometimes offered for supposed flimsiness is insecurity. If peasants feared eviction or expected to move frequently, why would they invest in expensive and durable structures? In practice, that argument is weaker than it sounds. Lords did possess legal powers over customary tenants, but hereditary expectations were often respected in daily life. Holdings commonly remained within families for generations. Even where forms of tenure changed, long-term possession was far more normal than sudden displacement. Free tenants, of course, stood on even firmer ground. Under those conditions, fear of immediate loss seems unlikely to have been a major reason for cheap construction. Migration also fails to explain much. Even a tenant who expected eventually to leave had every reason to value a solid building in the meantime. A strong house gave better shelter, protected animals and grain, and lowered maintenance costs. It also increased the practical and market value of the holding. since transfers often involved money changing hands between the outgoing and incoming tenant. Good buildings could bring a direct financial return. In fact, later centuries, when population movement became even more common, do not show a drift toward weaker construction. If anything, evidence points in the opposite direction. Timber scarcity, however, was a real problem, especially in the 13th century when pressure on woodland was intense. Agricultural expansion, urban growth, and large seigneurial building programs all increased demand. Yet scarcity did not necessarily force peasants back into primitive methods. It may instead have encouraged them to use timber more carefully and more intelligently. A peasant who had spent hard cash on purchased wood had every reason to protect that investment. Better foundations, improved framing, and more skilled workmanship all helped make expensive timber last longer. In that sense, scarcity may have supported innovation rather than prevented it. The same broader market economy that made timber purchasable also made specialised labour available, encouraging a move away from purely self-sufficient building practices. Still, the quality of peasant housing before 1350 should not be romanticised. Regional variation remained immense, and no single model fits the whole country. In some areas, later vernacular traditions continue to rely on earth-fast construction, or relatively light walling methods, suggesting that older habits survived well beyond the 13th century. Excavations in some regions show an awkward middle stage in which timbers were no longer set deep into the ground, but still rested only lightly on the surface. A modest improvement rather than a full transformation. Building standards did not rise everywhere at the same pace or in the same way. Economic reality also sets limits on how far the argument can go. The later 13th century was, for many rural people, a harsh period. Population pressure increased the number of smallholders. Rents and taxes could be heavy. Harvest failures and low productivity strained already narrow margins. The poorest villagers, especially cottagers and labourers, cannot have afforded anything but the most basic shelter. Their wages had too little purchasing power to cover expensive materials or specialist labour on a meaningful scale. Even families with more substantial holdings were vulnerable to entry fines, customary payments, and other demands imposed by lords at moments when seigneurial power was strongest. Any savings that might have gone into improving a house could easily be drained away. So the story is not one of steady and universal progress. It is more uneven, more regional, and more closely tied to shifting economic conditions. Yet, the older image of the medieval peasant home as little more than a temporary hut no longer holds. By the 13th century, many peasant households were already living in buildings that showed planning, investment, and increasing technical competence. The period after 1350 did not create that world from nothing. It revealed it more clearly, preserved more evidence for it, and in some areas may have strengthened existing tendencies. The real history of peasant housing is therefore not a sudden leap from primitive shelter to proper house, but a longer and more complicated process in which improvement, continuity, poverty, and adaptation all existed side by side. By the later Middle Ages, wage labour had become a central part of life in England. A very large share of the population depended on wages for at least part of its survival. And for many households that income was absolutely essential. After the Great Plague of the mid-14th century, both cash wages and purchasing power rose sharply. With population falling and labour becoming scarce, employers had to offer more to secure workers. Skilled men in the building trades could command much better daily pay than before, and even unskilled labourers saw their earnings climb noticeably. In practical terms, that meant a day's work could buy more than it had in the decades before the plague. Yet higher wages did not automatically mean comfort. Earnings had to cover many expenses, and wage income was often only one part of a family economy that might also include a garden, a few animals, a patch of land, petty trade, or seasonal work. That is why wage rates alone do not reveal the full reality of living standards. A daily payment on paper tells only part of the story. Workers did not spend every coin on food, nor did they always work every day of the year. Some had to pay for tools, materials, helpers, or apprentices. Others combined wage labour with farming, brewing, selling goods, or taking in odd jobs. To understand how working people really lived, it is necessary to look beyond formal pay rates and into the wider world of employment. Who hired them? What kind of work they did? How often they moved? How long they stayed in one place? And how much control they had over their own labour. The surviving records were not created for the benefit of workers, but for the convenience of those who employed them or governed them. Manorial accounts, estate records, and legal proceedings preserve wage information because landlords, officials, and justices needed it for their own purposes. They recorded what a bailiff paid a digger for 10 days of work, or what a master claimed a servant had wrongfully demanded. These documents can reveal the going rate for certain kinds of labour, but they rarely show what happened for the rest of the year. A worker who appears briefly in one account may have served half a dozen other employers whose records are lost, or never existed in written form. Even so, the legal records created to enforce labour laws after the plague open an unusually valuable window onto this hidden world. Those laws were introduced in response to a labour crisis. The sudden loss of population had transformed the balance between employers and workers. Labourers were in demand, and many took advantage of that fact by asking for higher wages or by moving in search of better terms. The authorities reacted by trying to freeze wages, control prices, and restrict the movement of labour. Masters were given strong claims over the service of those they wished to hire. Workers who left before the end of an agreed term could face punishment. Annual service was encouraged, especially for farm servants, while shorter arrangements and bargaining were treated with suspicion. The laws also tried to limit what craftsmen could charge for their goods and sought to keep the labour market from adjusting freely to the new realities. The cases that survive from these prosecutions are especially revealing because they show not simply what lawmakers wanted, but where ordinary people resisted. Some workers were accused of taking excessive wages. Others were charged with leaving service early, changing occupations, travelling without permission, or accepting employment outside the approved terms. At first glance, these records may seem like a narrow collection of legal disputes. In fact, they reveal a much broader picture of working life. They show how varied the labouring population was, how fluid employment could be, and how difficult it was for authorities to force the workforce into fixed patterns. Of course, these sources must be handled with care. They do not provide a balanced picture of all wage earners. They record only the minority of cases that came to official attention, and even those were filtered through the interests of local elites. Landowners, gentry, and officials often had a direct interest in keeping wages down while still securing enough labour for their own needs. They were unlikely to enforce the law impartially. A justice might condemn high wages in principle while privately offering enough to attract workers away from a rival. A village constable might ignore some offences and pursue others. Personal grudges, local politics, and the ambitions of the better off all shaped which cases reached the courts. Yet precisely because so many different pressures influenced the process, the records include workers from many trades, regions, and social settings. One of the clearest lessons from this material is that medieval workers often lived in a world of remarkable occupational variety. Rural society was not divided neatly between farmers on one side and craftsmen on the other. In many parts of the country, people moved in and out of different forms of labour as opportunity demanded. Lists of offenders reveal communities where spinning, weaving, brewing, tailoring, leatherwork, fishing, building, carrying, threshing, mowing, and general labour all existed side by side. This diversity was especially striking in districts where pastoral farming, cloth production, or local marketing encouraged a mixed economy. But it was by no means limited to one region. Even small towns and their surrounding villages could sustain a wide range of occupations. The records also show that women were deeply involved in this labouring world. In some areas, they made up a substantial portion of those accused under wage and price regulations. Their presence was especially visible in spinning, brewing, and food-related trades. But they also appear in weaving and in more general labour. This matters because it reminds us that household survival depended on more than male earnings alone. Many women, whether single or married, contributed directly to family income. In some cases, they supported themselves. In others, they added crucial cash to the household budget. The repeated appearance of women in cases involving retailing and wage work suggests that many families combined several small streams of income in order to get by. Another striking feature of the labour force was its flexibility. Workers were not always tied to one craft for life, or even for a single year. The same person might reap in harvest, thresh in winter, fish when the season allowed, and take on building work or carrying in between. Some legal records even describe individuals by multiple occupations, reflecting the fact that they could move between tasks according to the calendar, the weather, and the state of demand. This was not simply an oddity of record keeping. It reflects an economy in which many forms of labour were seasonal, and survival depended on being adaptable. Agriculture itself encouraged this kind of shifting. Large numbers of workers were needed at certain moments, especially for haymaking, harvest, and threshing, but not always for the whole year. Even full-time farm servants, hired on annual agreements, had to turn from one task to another as the seasons changed. A ploughman might also mow, cart, thresh, or help with animal care. Yet much of the peak demand for labour was met by short-term hands, many of whom had other occupations for the rest of the year. Builders, craftsmen, fishermen, smallholders, and textile workers could all be drawn into agricultural work when wages were attractive and the season required it. Some changes of occupation were temporary, while others appear to have been more lasting. Men, hired originally as ploughmen, show up later as carpenters, butchers, shipwrights, fishermen, thatchers, or textile workers. These cases often appear in court because a worker had broken an earlier contract or because one employer accused another of luring labour away. They suggest that many rural people were willing to abandon hard agricultural service when a better opportunity arose. Ploughing in particular seems to have been regarded as exhausting and not always desirable work. The repeated movement away from it gives the impression that workers were alert to alternatives and ready to seize them when possible. This has often been interpreted as evidence of a drift from agriculture into craft employment during the later 14th century. That may well be true in part, especially in regions where textile production expanded and towns were growing. But such movement should not be treated as entirely new. Many of the same tendencies were already present before the plague. Textile manufacture had long been rising, towns already drew in migrants, and rural workers were used to combining occupations. What changed after the plague was not the existence of flexibility, but the greater bargaining power of labour and the sharper anxieties of employers. Mobility in space matched this mobility in occupation. Medieval workers were often more mobile than older stereotypes suggest. Before the plague, there is already evidence of movement into towns, travel for seasonal work, and migration recorded in village courts. After the population collapse, the need for labour seems to have intensified those patterns. Workers crossed from village to village, from from countryside to town, and sometimes over considerable distances, especially when following harvests or seeking specialized employment. Building workers were particularly mobile, since their trade naturally took them to many sites. Harvesters too were known for travelling after ripening crops, and some employers sought workers from far beyond their own neighbourhood. These journeys were not always short. Some people moved only a few miles, but others covered much greater distances, enough to show that the medieval labour market was not confined to the immediate parish. This was especially true where towns acted as magnets for surrounding country people. Rural workers might head toward urban centres in search of wages, apprenticeships, or more varied employment. Authorities saw this mobility as a threat. Laws tried to keep labour tied to local communities, limit crossing of administrative boundaries, and make it harder for workers to roam in search of better terms. The very fact that such restrictions were thought necessary shows how real and persistent movement had become. Employment practices themselves were another source of tension. Many servants were expected to enter annual contracts beginning around the autumn, which suggests a fairly regular cycle of hiring. There must have been known occasions and meeting points where masters and workers came together, something like the hiring customs of later centuries. Officials tried to supervise this process, but the legal disputes reveal that it was anything but smooth. Workers often preferred short engagements, which gave them freedom to renegotiate and exploit high demand. Employers, by contrast, favoured longer terms, which offered a stable labour supply at a more predictable cost. The courts repeatedly exposed this clash of interests. Labourers were accused of leaving before their term was complete, of refusing service, or of taking work under more favourable conditions than the law allowed. Behind these accusations lies a simple reality. Workers were trying to preserve room to bargain, while employers were trying to close it down. In a period of scarcity, labour had become too valuable to remain passive. Annual service tied a person to one master and prevented the worker from taking advantage of short bursts of high demand. Day labour and short-term hiring offered far more freedom, and many clearly preferred them. There are also hints of solidarity among workers. Some cases mention men persuading others to leave a workplace or advising fellow labourers about the terms they should accept. That may not amount to formal organisation in the modern sense, but it points to a shared awareness of common interests. Harvest teams, plough partnerships, work gangs, and urban groups of journeymen all suggest that labourers were not isolated individuals, simply submitting to whatever terms were offered. They could exchange information, act together in limited ways, and resist pressure from above, even if only through small acts of refusal or departure. This matters because it changes the image of the medieval labourer. The old picture of a passive rural poor, bound helplessly to lord and village, does not fit the evidence very well. Late medieval wage earners appear instead as people negotiating within constraints, weighing options, moving between jobs, responding to opportunity, and testing the boundaries of authority. Their freedom was limited, and the law tried repeatedly to restrain them, but they were far from motionless. They shifted between agriculture and craft, between one employer and another, between one village and the next, and sometimes between countryside and town. What emerges is not a tidy or stable labour system, but a restless one. Wage earning after the plague was shaped by scarcity, competition, legal pressure, and economic adaptation. Employers wanted control. Workers wanted flexibility. Officials tried to impose order, but the records preserve a world that was constantly slipping out of their grasp. Men and women earned wages in many trades, often more than one in a year. They moved when they could, changed work when it seemed worthwhile, and played a far more active role in the economy than older images of medieval society have allowed. Among the most troubling figures in the late medieval labour market, at least from the employer's point of view, were the men who acted as brokers of labour. These middlemen gathered workers around them, organised groups of assistants, and then hired them out where demand was highest. To landlords and local officials, they seemed dangerous because they weakened the control that masters hoped to keep over the workforce. A man who could collect labourers from one village and take them elsewhere for harvest work was doing more than arranging jobs. He was redirecting labour to where wages were highest, draining manpower from one community and making it harder for local employers to secure help when they needed it most. In areas already suffering from labour shortage, that kind of activity must have seemed deeply disruptive. Some of these men were described in the harshest possible terms, as if they had almost taken command of entire sections of the labour market. Whether that language was exaggerated or not, it reflects real anxiety. Officials complained of men who stood between employer and worker. Men who had become so influential that others supposedly could not hire servants or craftsmen without going through them first. In one town, even roofers were said to be effectively controlled by a single organiser who acted as the gatekeeper for that trade. That complaint may say as much about elite frustration as about literal monopoly, but it reveals something important all the same. Labour had become valuable enough for intermediaries to profit from controlling access to it. In a world where workers were scarce and employers were desperate, even the simple act of bringing labourers together and moving them to the right place could become a source of power. Once a worker had been hired, payment was far from simple. The authorities who tried to regulate wages were dealing not with a neat cash economy, but with a patchwork of customs, local habits, and mixed forms of reward. A day's work might be paid partly in coin and partly in food. A servant hired for the year could receive cash, meals, lodging, clothing, and occasional extras. In some places, older methods survived, and harvest workers were still rewarded in grain rather than money. All of this made enforcement difficult, because the real value of employment could not be measured by looking at cash alone. A low sum in silver might be paired with generous meals or lodging, while a higher cash payment might come with very little else. Any official trying to decide whether the law had been broken had to judge not only the wage itself, but the whole package. This matters because the conflict over labour after the Black Death was never only about numbers written on a roll. It was about control over the terms of work. One of the strongest themes to emerge from the evidence is the desire of many workers to escape the discipline of annual service. Long-term service tied a labourer to a master, limited freedom of movement, and made it harder to take advantage of changing opportunities. To work by the year was, in many cases, to accept dependence. To work by the day or the week offered something very different: the chance to choose, to bargain, to leave, and to compare one employer's offer with another. That freedom mattered, and workers seem to have valued it greatly. To employers and officials, however, that same freedom looked like disorder. A labourer who refused annual service and wandered from job to job could easily be described as idle, unruly, or morally suspect. Legal language often paints these people in dark colours, calling them vagabonds, disturbers of the peace, or willful shirkers. But behind that hostile tone lies a more revealing truth. Many workers were not refusing labour at all. They were refusing to surrender control over when, where, and for whom they worked. A man accused of idleness may simply have been waiting for better terms. A woman condemned for serving only at her own will was, in effect, insisting on her right to decide how her labour would be used. The moral outrage of juries and officials tells its own story. It was not laziness that offended them most, but independence. That independence sometimes included the choice to take time off. Medieval workers already lived within a calendar shaped by Sundays and religious feast days. but many appear to have gone beyond that minimum. Some clearly used the opportunities of a favourable labour market to enjoy more leisure than employers thought proper. A few cases preserve unusually vivid glimpses of this. One man was accused of refusing service altogether and spending his time in taverns and games instead. Another claimed illness as an excuse for avoiding long contracts, while local jurors insisted that he simply preferred the higher rewards of daily work. These stories may contain spite and exaggeration, but they still point toward a wider shift. When labour was scarce, workers had more power to decide not just where they worked, but also when they worked. Short-term employment was therefore attractive in more than one sense. It allowed higher pay, greater movement, and more personal control. Yet many of the jobs available were short by their nature, and not merely because workers preferred them that way. Some employers might have wanted servants for the year, but many tasks only required labour for a few days or weeks. Roof repairs, small building jobs, local transport, haymaking, and harvest work all created brief bursts of demand rather than permanent positions. A thatcher might spend 1 week on a roof for one employer and 10 days the next year with someone else. A carpenter or mason could be hired for only a couple of days at a time. For many rural craftsmen and labourers, the year was made up not of one stable post, but of many small contracts stitched together. Seasonal work reinforced that pattern. The harvest lasted only a limited time, even if it remained the great annual peak of rural employment. Individual labourers did not necessarily work every day of the season. Some were employed for only a few weeks. Others moved between employers during the same autumn, dividing their labour wherever pay and opportunity seemed best. The records occasionally show this with unusual clarity, naming the different men for whom a labourer worked over the same season or the same year. Such detail is rare, but the habit itself must have been common. To survive through short-term labour meant constant movement between jobs, repeated negotiation, and a continual search for the best terms available. That raises an obvious question. How many days did a wage earner actually work in a year? The answer seems to have varied greatly. Some workers probably found employment for much of the year, especially if they were versatile or lived near centres of demand. Others may have had long stretches of idleness between jobs, whether because of weather, holidays, travel, illness, or simple lack of opportunity. A labourer might work 40 days in one winter period and then pass weeks with little or no wage income. A carpenter's recorded earnings over 2 years may suggest only around half the year spent in paid labour. That does not necessarily mean extreme poverty, because many workers had other supports, including land, family income, petty trade, or unrecorded employment. But it does show how irregular wage earning could be. Even so, annual service did not disappear. Large numbers of servants and farmhands remained in full-time employment throughout the later Middle Ages. In some villages, they made up a striking share of the working population. Yet this was not a single uniform group. Some servants were young people passing through a stage of life before marriage, receiving little cash but gaining food, shelter, and a place within the employer's household. Others were adult farm workers, tied to domain and agriculture, or larger holdings, sometimes with cottages of their own and a more formal relationship to their masters. These two groups lived under very different conditions, even if legal language often bundled them together. The surviving legal disputes tend to focus more on the adult workers whose contracts broke down, especially ploughmen, shepherds, and other servants whose departure caused practical difficulty. They sometimes vanished during the year and had to be replaced. Others stayed until the term ended, but then immediately moved on to another employer. That pattern of annual movement seems to have been common. A man might serve one master this year, another the next, and a third after that, with little sign of lasting attachment to any of them. Even those who technically fulfilled their obligations could still behave in ways that made employers uneasy. The servant who completed his term and then went elsewhere represented a kind of mobility that the law could not easily suppress. Some historians have suggested that annual servants may even have increased in importance after the Black Death, partly because employers wanted a stable workforce and partly because certain branches of farming, especially pastoral activity, required steady, year-round labour. There is logic in that view, but the actual bargaining position of employers seems weak enough to make any simple conclusion doubtful. The evidence repeatedly shows workers resisting confinement to long terms whenever they could. Employers may have wanted annual servants, but wanting them was not the same as being able to get them on favourable terms. For the worker, the great advantage of short-term labour was clear: better pay. Many court cases state openly that a servant or labourer left one employer in order to gain higher wages elsewhere. The contrast between annual service and casual work could be dramatic. A full-time farm servant might receive less than £2 in total annual value, once cash, grain, and small perks were combined. A free labourer, by contrast, could earn a large share of that amount in the busy autumn weeks alone if harvest pay was high enough. Add haymaking, threshing, and other day work across the year, and the independent labourer could potentially outdo the annual servant, especially if food came with the wage. The difference was not only financial, the casual worker also preserved a sense of autonomy, choosing what jobs to take and avoiding the discipline of permanent service. The wage figures themselves reveal how varied this world was. Payments differed not only by trade and region, but even within the same county and the same season. Harvest work in one place might earn one rate, in another a much higher one, even when food was included in both cases. Threshing, thatching, and similar jobs show equally wide ranges. Some of this variation must have reflected local demand, sudden shortages, the difficulty or urgency of the task, and the quality of meals offered alongside cash. In moments of crisis, rates could rise to astonishing levels. A storm damaging roofs, for example, might suddenly make thatchers far more valuable than usual. Under those conditions, it paid a worker to travel, compare offers, and take advantage of local emergencies. This helps explain why daily and short-term rates rose so sharply, and why annual wages were also forced upward despite employers' attempts at control. Judicial records occasionally mention ploughmen and other servants receiving annual cash payments far above what estate accounts might suggest as normal. Some masters were evidently driven to desperate offers in order to secure labour at all. Competition for workers was not confined to casual employment. Even employers seeking annual servants had to sweeten their terms. Cash alone was often not enough. That is where perquisites and rewards become especially revealing. Employers tempted servants with extra grain, clothing, hay, pasture, grazing rights, and access to the lord's resources. A ploughman might receive not only money and corn, but also a tunic and the right to use the employer's plough on his own land. A shepherd could be lured by permission to graze additional sheep. In one striking case, a worker was offered an unusually rich package of bread, ale, hay, and pasture, almost as if he were being treated like a household dependent of unusually high standing. These rewards mattered because they show both the desperation of employers and the ambitions of workers. A servant who asked for pasture or grazing rights was not thinking only of subsistence. He was seeking some measure of independence, perhaps even building toward the status of a tenant in his own right. The same sources also suggest improvements in conditions more generally. Food allowances became better. Workers were increasingly able to demand finer bread, more ale, and better meat. Complaints from moralists and masters about labourers insisting on fresh food rather than inferior rations reveal not greed, but bargaining strength. In many cases, the food component of wages may have become less important relative to cash, because workers clearly preferred money when they could get it. Yet the food they did receive often improved in quality, even if it formed a smaller share of total reward. That change says much about expectations. Labourers were no longer willing to accept whatever an employer chose to provide. The rhythm of work itself also became more contested. Employers had once been able to distinguish clearly between summer and winter rates, paying less in the darker and harsher months. After the plague, workers increasingly resisted that logic, demanding similar rates across the year. Holiday pay, too, appears more often than before. Some labourers were hired by the week, which implies that feast days and rest days could still be counted within paid time. Others even secured bonuses for working on days that ought to have been free. Once again, the pattern is unmistakable. Workers were not simply accepting old standards. They were pressing for better terms in pay, food, time, and treatment. All of this points to a labour market under strain but also full of negotiation. Employers tried to hold onto annual service, fixed rates, and local control. Workers pushed toward mobility, short contracts, higher wages, and a wider range of rewards. The authorities looked at this struggle through the eyes of those who feared disorder, and so the records are full of accusations against wandering labourers, obstinate servants, and meddling brokers. Yet behind that hostile language stands a more human picture. Ordinary working people were using the opportunities created by labour scarcity to reshape the terms of their existence. They were not overturning the social order, but they were testing its limits. The Rising of 1381 has often been treated as if it were a brief disturbance, a sudden outburst of anger that flared and vanished without deep roots. But that view does not survive close examination. The revolt makes far more sense when placed inside the economic and social tensions of late medieval England. Older explanations no longer satisfy. It is difficult to argue that it was simply caused by a sharp increase in labour services, and the older idea that it grew out of some neat collapse of a feudal world under the pressure of money and trade now feels too simple. Conditions for many peasants and wage earners had, in some respects, improved after the plague. Opportunities widened, wages rose, and many ordinary people began to imagine a better future. That is precisely what makes the revolt more understandable. It was not necessarily born from pure misery, but from expectations that had grown and then collided with limits that still remained firmly in place. To understand the rebellion properly, it is necessary to look closely at the people who joined it, and at the world they were living in before the uprising began. The revolt was not only a political drama in London, though that is where the most famous scenes unfolded. It was also a rural movement that spread through a remarkable number of villages. In county after county, people gathered, marched, threatened officials, damaged property, and attacked the written records that symbolised seigneurial control. The rebellion was wide enough to show that it was not the work of a few wandering troublemakers. It reached deeply into the countryside and drew support from communities that had their own local grievances, their own leaders, and their own memories of pressure from above. The geography of the revolt is revealing. Some districts were especially active, while others appear quieter. But the overall pattern is broad enough to show that the unrest was not confined to one isolated corner. Large parts of Essex, Kent, Suffolk, and Hertfordshire were touched by it. The number of villages involved must have been very great, certainly greater than what appears in the surviving records. Even where only a few names survive, the language of the accusations often hints at much larger participation. Entire communities were said to have risen together. Some manorial records accuse all the customary tenants of a place. Elsewhere, Whole groups of villagers were described as assembling under local leadership. These details suggest that the surviving named rebels were often only the visible edge of a much larger movement. The records also make it clear that the revolt in the countryside was not confined to one kind of action. Some of the attacks had an unmistakably political character. Royal officials, tax collectors, justices, and powerful servants of the crown became obvious targets. Major figures associated with royal government or oppressive authority were hunted down and killed. Great houses and politically charged properties were plundered or destroyed. There were also acts of open lawlessness, theft, intimidation, and local score settling, as often happens when authority suddenly weakens. But alongside these stood a more social and economic rebellion, directed against landlords and the structures of lordship. That deeper side of the revolt becomes especially visible in the attack on records. One of the most common acts of rural rebellion was the seizure or burning of court rolls, rentals, and other written instruments of lordly power. These documents mattered because they preserved obligations. They recorded rents, labour dues, hereditary claims, customary restrictions, and the rights of lords over tenants. To destroy them was not random vandalism, it was an attack on memory, authority, and control. In many villages, the burning of records was accompanied by direct action against seigneurial property. Timber was cut and taken, hay, animals, tools, and stores were seized. Domain land was invaded by tenants' livestock. Wood was carried off from manorial resources. At some places, enclosed land was occupied in a manner that suggests the rebels believed it ought to have been common. Elsewhere, rents and services were openly withheld. These were not symbolic gestures alone. They show peasants testing what life might look like if lordship could be stripped of its force. There were smaller but equally telling signs of rebellion. People refused office. They rejected responsibilities that tied them into the machinery of local government. They resisted the authority of manorial courts. Officials were threatened, challenged, and in some cases, physically attacked. Some court sessions seem to have collapsed under the pressure of the moment, interrupted by direct defiance from men who, under ordinary conditions, would have been expected to obey. This matters because it shows that the revolt was not only an explosion in the streets of London. It also involved a breakdown in the everyday rituals through which lordship and local discipline normally operated. Serious violence against landlords themselves appears to have been less common than violence against officials, documents, and property. That distinction is important. It suggests that the revolt was not simply a blind attack on persons of rank, but a more focused assault on the institutions and practices that made authority real in village life. Where landlords or their agents were killed, it was often because they also stood as public officials, or as especially hated representatives of wider power. In at least some cases, the figure who suffered most was a man deeply involved in administration, in the ordering of records, or in the enforcement of dues. The target was not noble blood as such, it was control. The social background of the rebels makes the movement even more interesting. The surviving valuations of goods and land show that many of those who were identified by name were not destitute outcasts. Most seem to have been peasants and artisans with at least some property, some land, or some standing in their communities. A number possessed goods of respectable value. Some held animals in numbers large enough to show a real stake in agriculture. Others combined small or middling landholdings with income from trade, craft, or wage work. Among the named participants were carpenters, a miller, traders, and people engaged in local commerce. There were also brewers and households connected with brewing and ale selling, which may not be accidental. Ale houses and similar spaces were natural places for talk, resentment, and the spread of political rumour. The rebels do not appear in the main as the absolute margins of society. They were not simply the rootless poor with nothing to lose. Some were certainly humble, and some landless servants joined in. But the larger picture points toward a broad peasant movement with a noticeable presence of people who had something at stake. Many held land under customary tenure, often under disadvantageous conditions. Some were burdened not only by payments and obligations, but also by the legal and symbolic inferiority that came with unfree status. A number can be identified as unfree by blood. Even where life had improved in some material ways after the plague, these older marks of subordination remained. That combination could be explosive. A peasant who was more prosperous than his father might at the same time feel more sharply the humiliation of restrictions that no longer seemed justified. The size of holdings among known rebels also suggests variety rather than one single social type. Some held only a few acres. Others farmed more substantial land, though only a small number can be counted among the richer villagers. A fair number stood somewhere in the middle. This makes sense. The revolt was broad enough to draw support from different levels of rural society. Yet there does seem to have been a slight pull toward the better off among the named rebels, perhaps because leaders are easier to identify in the records than followers. The humbler participants, especially those who moved in crowds or joined a village, rising without leaving a written trace, are harder to recover. Even so, what survives strongly supports the idea that this was a peasant revolt in the fullest sense, not merely a riot of drifters. One feature of the named rebels stands out above almost all others. Many were prominent in local administration. A striking number had served as reeves, chief pledges, jurors, constables, afeerers, ale tasters, bailiffs, or in similar roles. That does not mean they were grand figures. Village office was widely distributed, and even modest communities required many men to fill these duties. But it does mean that the leadership of the revolt often came from people familiar with the mechanisms of local power. They were not strangers to law, rent collection, village discipline, or the day-to-day functioning of lordship. In ordinary years, they had helped run the very system they now turned against. That fact is crucial. It suggests that the revolt was not led by the ignorant or the politically naive. Many of these men were mature, experienced, and rooted in their villages. A large proportion seemed to have been around middle age. Some came from families long established in the same communities. They knew the risks of rebellion. They understood what court rolls meant, how rents were enforced, how village government worked, and how dangerous it was to challenge the state. Yet they rebelled anyway. That is one of the strongest arguments against treating the rising as a passing frenzy or irrational episode. These were people with practical knowledge, local authority, and enough worldly understanding to recognize the consequences of failure. The contrast with common criminality is also telling. There is little sign that the revolt was driven by habitual felons, or by the men who regularly appear in records for theft and violence. In some cases, those helping identify criminals in ordinary times later appear as rebels. That reversal matters. It suggests that the uprising cannot be reduced to simple disorder or opportunism. The same is true of labour legislation. Very few rebels can be shown to have been ordinary offenders against wage controls in the years before 1381. Some, in fact, were employers themselves. Others had by then acquired land or improved their position. Once again, the pattern points away from a revolt of the most unstable and toward a movement that included substantial villages with grievances grounded in the real structure of rural life. Kent is harder to interpret in detail because its records preserve a somewhat different picture, but even there, the surviving traces suggest similar tendencies. Some rebels held office in manorial administration. Some were active in the land market, some appear to have been mature men rather than reckless youths. At the same time, Kent may also have contained a somewhat larger share of poorer participants than areas north of the Thames. That difference should not be ignored. The revolt was never socially uniform. It brought together people with different levels of property and status, united more by grievance and opportunity than by identical condition. This broader coalition also included humbler men whose names are harder to recover. Full-time servants on manorial domains were drawn into rebel bands. Some were said to have been enticed or led away by local leaders. Their participation reminds us that the revolt was not merely a protest of middling peasants defending local privilege. It had a wider reach and could pull in dependent workers whose position was more precarious. Still, the prominence of village officers, established tenants, and economically active households remains one of its defining characteristics. All of this forces a more serious interpretation of 1381. The leading rebels were not men acting blindly in a burst of emotion, nor do they look like a collection of social marginals carried along by hysteria. They were often mature villagers with local standing, administrative experience, property, and family roots. Some persisted in defiance even after the main uprising had been crushed, refusing rents or seigneurial demands at great personal cost. Such behaviour is difficult to explain as a passing fit of excitement. It points instead to deep and lasting grievances. The revolt, therefore, seems best understood as the product of a society in tension after the plague. Opportunities had expanded. Expectations had risen. Many ordinary people had begun to feel their own importance more strongly in a world of labour shortage, higher wages, and shifting social relations. Yet the structures of lordship, legal inferiority, rent demands, and political arrogance had not disappeared. For many, especially those still burdened by unfree tenure or by the daily humiliations of seigneurial rule, the contradiction had become too sharp to bear. The men who led the revolt were often precisely those best placed to see that contradiction clearly. They understood both the limits of the old system and the possibilities opened by a recent change. So the rising of 1381 was not a meaningless interruption in English history. It was rooted in the lived reality of the later Middle Ages. It drew strength from village society itself, from people who knew how authority worked because they had experienced it at close range. Their revolt was not the product of fantasy. It emerged from conflict over labour, tenure, status, justice, and power. In that sense, it belongs not on the margins of medieval history, but at its centre. The four counties most closely associated with the rising of 1381 were far from identical, and that makes the search for a single cause difficult. Their landscapes varied widely, yet much of the region contained woodland, marsh, pasture, scattered settlement, and irregular field patterns shaped by enclosure rather than the rigid open field systems found elsewhere. In later centuries, people living in such environments were often described as stubbornly independent, difficult to discipline, and resistant to authority. It is possible that this spirit had deeper roots, stretching back into the medieval countryside. Even so, that alone cannot explain why these counties became such important centres of revolt, because similar landscapes existed in many other parts of England without producing the same scale of upheaval in 1381. Another possible explanation lies in the character of the rural economy. Essex and Suffolk in particular were known for their lively countryside industries, and rural craftsmen have often played an important role in unrest. The region also contained many servants and labourers whose lives were touched directly by wage regulation and labour control. Yet the evidence does not suggest that landless wage earners stood at the centre of the revolt. They were present, but they do not seem to have provided most of the leadership. the closeness of London may have mattered more. News, rumours and political ideas could travel rapidly through the southeast. The capital also acted as a huge market that encouraged nearby producers to think in commercial terms. Peasants and craftsmen who had something to sell, whether grain, animals, cloth, timber or labour, were likely to feel especially frustrated when old dues and restrictions cut into their gains. A region more deeply connected to markets may also have been more sharply aware of the limits that lordship still imposed. The structure of landholding added another layer of tension. The landlords of the southeast were not unusual in broad composition. They included bishops, abbeys, monasteries, magnates and local gentry, much like elsewhere in England. What made the region distinctive was the mixed nature of peasant tenure. Kent stood apart because it was free from the normal burden of serfdom and many of the restrictions tied to customary tenure. In Essex, Hertfordshire and Suffolk, free tenants were common, yet many manors still contained large numbers of customary tenants, and most lords retained at least some serfs by blood. That combination may have sharpened awareness of inequality. A customary tenant living beside free neighbours could hardly fail to notice the disadvantages of his own condition. In Kent, where tenants enjoyed greater freedom, even limited lordly interference may have felt more offensive precisely because people were used to better treatment. Before the Black Death, one of the most striking features of rural society in much of the southeast was the small size of peasant holdings. There were exceptions, and some manors contained a minority of prosperous tenants with impressive amounts of land. But again and again, the records reveal communities where half, or even more than half, of the tenants held no more than 5 acres. Those figures usually refer only to arable land, so they do not tell the whole story. Smallholders also relied on pasture, woodland, waste, commons, wage work, and craft income. Still, the basic picture is clear. A large portion of the rural population lived on a narrow base and had to make use of every available opportunity to survive or improve their position. The plague transformed the balance between land and people, but not as completely as might be expected. Mortality was severe. In some places, it appears to have wiped out nearly half the population. Yet the decades that followed did not produce a simple world of large farms and abandoned villages. Vacant holdings were often taken up through inheritance or absorbed by survivors, and some landless workers moved into the ranks of tenants. A servant could step into a lease and become a holder of land. Domain land leased out by lords also created opportunities for peasants to expand, but these changes remained limited. Smallholders still formed a very large part of rural society by the time of the revolt. Even after the shock of the plague, many customary holdings remained tiny. That continuity matters because it shows that the social base of the countryside had not been swept away. The revolt took place in a world where modest tenants still dominated numerically. At the same time, there are signs that peasant fortunes were improving in certain ways. Smallholders could benefit from higher wages. Livestock ownership seems to have expanded. Flocks and herds mentioned in late 14th century records often look larger than those of earlier generations. Land itself retained high value, and peasants sometimes paid strikingly large sums to one another for holdings. That suggests access to ready cash. Court disputes reveal active trade in grain, wool, cheese, animals, and timber, sometimes in quantities that imply more than subsistence production. The evidence is fragmentary, and it would be dangerous to describe the whole countryside as flourishing. But the general movement seems to have favoured peasants more than landlords. For landlords, the period was much less comfortable. Their problems had begun before the plague, but the collapse in population deepened them. Direct management of domains had long depended on wage labour, and labour now became scarcer and more expensive. Rising wages ate into profits. Some lords began leasing out whole domains or parcels of them, but many still clung to direct management at the time of the revolt. They were trying to preserve old sources of income in a changing world, and the growing assertiveness of peasants and workers must have made that effort feel all the more threatening. Literary complaints from the later 14th century, together with wage laws and attempts to regulate consumption, reveal a ruling class irritated by the social changes taking place below it. Lords could see peasants earning more, buying more, and behaving with greater independence. It is not surprising that they looked for ways to capture part of that gain. One of the most powerful tools still available to them was control over the unfree. Serfdom remained one of the strongest forms of social domination left in the later medieval countryside. Before the plague, court rolls regularly show serfs paying marriage fines, seeking permission to leave, or being treated as people whose movement and choices could be controlled. In at least some cases, the lord seems able to decide which unfree person should take up a vacant holding, as though human beings themselves were part of the equipment of the manor. After the plague, these powers did not disappear. Marriage fines continued to be demanded, and in some places they seem to have been levied, as often as before, or even more often. The sums were not always fixed, and could rise sharply. The mobility of serfs became an even more sensitive issue after the plague. Labour shortage made every departure more significant. Lords could grant permission to leave, but often attached conditions to it. A departing serf might have to pay a substantial fine, or a regular annual due, or promise to return periodically. A servile woman might be forbidden to marry without license even after leaving. Relatives could be pressured to produce absentees in court. Oaths were imposed. Men who had left and returned could be forced to swear obedience and promise service whenever called upon. This was not simply about legal theory, it was about labour, authority, and value. In a world where workers were harder to obtain, an unfree tenant represented a resource that lords were unwilling to lose. That concern sometimes led to arrangements that looked very much like an attempt to turn legal subordination into labour control. A departing serf might be allowed to live elsewhere only on condition that he return for harvest work. A servile girl might be released only if she remained available whenever the lord wished to employ her. On some manors, labourers for the domain were selected in court and made to swear oaths. Since such people were often drawn from the unfree, the lord's power over blood status became a means of securing workers. There are even cases where another employer had to pay to obtain the services of one of the lord's unfree people. Families could also be used to discipline labour. If a servant broke his contract and later returned to his kin, those relatives might be punished for receiving him. Such practices strongly suggest an effort to turn old servile authority into a new instrument for controlling scarce labour. Something similar can be seen in agreements made with people who were not technically serfs. Land was granted to labourers on terms that tied them to permanent service. A cottage and an acre might be given for life on condition that the holder serve as a common labourer for the whole of his days. A few acres could be leased only as long as the tenant remained in the lord's service. Another labourer might promise to serve for what was called a just wage, in circumstances where that phrase probably meant a wage lower than the market would otherwise provide. These arrangements may not have been serfdom in the old sense, but they carried the same spirit. They sought to bind labour to the estate at a moment when the labour market was moving in the opposite direction. Customary tenants who were not serfs still faced a range of burdens that had been shaped in earlier centuries under very different economic conditions. Some holdings were beginning to be let on shorter leases with mainly cash rents and fewer labour obligations. But this was still a minority pattern on many manors. More traditional customary tenures continued to dominate much of the countryside, formal labour services had often been reduced or commuted, yet seasonal work and boon services were still expected. In Kent, where labour obligations had never been especially heavy, tenants could still be called on for service in the late 14th century, with only limited scope for commutation. These demands were no doubt resented, especially when peasants could see other forms of tenure emerging around them. Cash rents may have caused even more friction. The newer leasehold terms often carried heavy rental burdens. Even where entry fines were low, the annual rent on land could be substantial, far higher than what later rebel demands imagined as acceptable. Older customary tenures also brought variable entry fines on inheritance or transfer, and those fines could differ wildly from case to case, depending on the land, the tenant, and the lord's will. On some manors, fines dropped after the plague and then climbed back toward earlier levels by the 1370s. On others, they rose more steadily. For tenants trying to make use of the opportunities created by a changed economy, such unpredictability must have been infuriating. If one old burden had begun to shift, why should not others? The spread of leasehold could encourage the belief that the entire traditional system might be open to challenge. The land market became another area of conflict. Land changed hands frequently, both before and after the plague, and lords accepted that so long as transfers passed through the manor court, where fines could be levied and conditions recorded. But many tenants tried to bypass that control. Secret sales by charter, sublettings for terms of years, and other unofficial arrangements become increasingly visible in the records, especially in the 1370s. Sometimes these reflect genuine growth in evasion. Sometimes they may reflect tighter lordly supervision. In many places, there is a sense that administration had been looser in the years after the plague and then became more aggressive later. Old irregularities were uncovered. Hidden marriages were exposed years afterward. Servile men who had quietly obtained free land were suddenly discovered. Rentals were updated. Inquiries were launched into who held domain land or servile land without proper title. Parcels were examined to determine whether they were free or customary. All of this suggests a tightening of control at exactly the moment when peasants may have felt increasingly confident. The manorial court stood at the centre of this struggle. They were essential to the maintenance of lordship. Through them, lords enforced rents, labour services, repairs and transfers of land. They disciplined officials, supported labour control, punished those who demanded high wages, and extracted a stream of money through amercements, dues, and trade-related penalties. Brewers, craftsmen, and others could be fined in ways that look very much like a seigneurial tax on local economic activity. Annual dues, pannage, and other payments were handled through the courts. Though these profits were only one part of the manorial economy, they had a special value because they were flexible. When other revenues weakened, court income could often be pushed upward. That is exactly what seems to have happened. In many manors, profits from court business rose after the plague, even as the number of suitors declined. That implies heavier average payments from those still subject to the court. Some categories of offence became more frequent. Failures to repair buildings became an almost routine part of business by the 1370s. Trespasses by animals onto domain land appear more often and brought heavier penalties. The growth of pastoral farming among peasants may explain some of the increase in such cases. But it is hard not to suspect that lords and their officials were also working to ensure that more offences were noticed and more money was taken from them. Individual amercements could be very large indeed. Yet even all this energy did not fully solve the landlord's problems. Overall, seigneurial income still tended downward, but the decline was often less dramatic than might be expected. On some estates, rent income fell only modestly between the pre-plague years and the 1370s. Even on badly affected estates, the damage was not always catastrophic. This relative resilience was not accidental. It was won through vigorous defence of lordly interests. Landlords continued to press rents, fines, services, and legal claims. They retained enough initiative to discipline tenants and make arbitrary demands. That fact is crucial. The revolt did not break out in a countryside where lordship had already collapsed. It arose in one where lordship still functioned, still extracted, still attempted to reassert itself. Peasants, for their part, were not passive. They tested the regime constantly. Serfs slipped away, hid the marriages of daughters, and tried to acquire free land. Customary tenants sold and leased land without permission, neglected buildings, and failed to perform services. Groups of tenants refused labour obligations together in the years just before the revolt. Some of these acts may have been little more than efforts to gain immediate advantage, but taken together, they point to something larger: a steady pressure against the limits imposed by lordship. In some places, that pressure becomes openly visible as conscious resistance. The earlier 14th century had already seen flashes of protest. Villagers avoided using the Lord's mill. Tenants complained that lords and bailiffs protected corrupt servants. Communities petitioned against oppressive stewards. Poor villagers appealed against imprisonment and seizure of cattle. These were not yet full rebellion, but they reveal a tradition of grievance and organised complaint. After the plague, that spirit did not disappear. Serfs continued to claim freedom and were punished sharply when they failed. Men conspired to swear that a woman was free at the next court. They were fined heavily when discovered. A daughter's old charter of manumission could be challenged through legal technicality, and marriage fines imposed at punitive levels. A rebellious tenant could be forced before an extraordinary tribunal, compelled to swear his servile status, submit to old customs, repair his buildings, and provide guarantors under massive penalties. These are not signs of a relaxed society. They are signs of conflict pushed into legal form. The manorial courts themselves were deeply ambiguous institutions. They depended on the participation of tenants, who served as jurors, chief pledges, and other officials. In theory, these men could soften the harshness of the regime and mediate between lord and village. In practice, they were squeezed from both sides. Lords expected them to uncover more offences, collect more money, and reveal more wrongdoing. Their neighbours expected protection, discretion, and leniency. In a time of growing tension, this position became almost impossible. Court records capture moments when villagers openly contradicted chief pledges, threatened officials, or insulted the jurors who had exposed illicit landholding or other offences. Anger that might once have been directed abstractly at lordship now fell on the village elite, who helped keep the machinery running. That tension also appears in growing distrust between lords and their own juries. Officials were fined for concealing offences. Whole juries were penalised for failing to reveal damage, defaults, or trespasses. On some manors, one senses repeated frustration as the steward tries to force information out of reluctant local men. Missing cases, hidden wood thefts, concealed damage to the lord's resources, and unreported defaults all suggest that village office holders were not always loyal instruments of seigneurial control. Sometimes they looked very much like people trying to protect their neighbours, or at least trying to reduce the burden imposed from above. In that context, refusals to serve in office become especially significant. During the years before the revolt, there are repeated cases of men declining to act as rent collectors, constables, ale tasters, or chief pledges. Sometimes the refusal was collective. These were not trivial acts. they threatened the normal operation of local government and lordly administration. Lords responded with threats of heavy penalties or eviction. Refusing to take the oath as chief pledge could be treated as rebellion in itself. Even the common fine handed over by chief pledges at the annual view of frank pledge was at times collectively denied. Such actions suggest more than personal reluctance. They point toward a broader unwillingness to keep carrying the burden of a system that was losing legitimacy in the eyes of many villagers. Even when office was accepted, it could be carried out in obstructive ways. Chief pledges delayed proceedings, failed to appear, or dragged out their presentments. In one especially striking case, an annual view was effectively boycotted. Almost none of the chief pledges attended, and only a handful of the tithing men appeared, forcing the whole business to be postponed for months. That was not an accidental failure of attendance. It was a warning sign. Long before open revolt burst out in 1381, parts of the countryside were already showing clear signs that obedience was fraying, authority was being tested, and the people expected to uphold local order were no longer prepared to do so unquestioningly. Seen in this light, the southeast appears less as a region that suddenly exploded, and more as one that had been living with mounting strain for years. Its people were close to markets, aware of economic opportunity, and in some cases more prosperous than before. Yet many still faced old disabilities, rising pressures, tighter supervision, and arbitrary extraction through courts, fines, and tenurial control. Lords were trying to hold onto power and income with unusual determination. Tenants were probing for room to move, evade, bargain, and resist. By the later 1370s, the countryside was already full of minor acts of defiance, legal conflict, administrative breakdown, and visible contempt for the everyday mechanisms of lordship. The revolt of 1381 did not appear out of nowhere. It grew from that world. When tenants failed to meet manorial obligations, the lord's officials had a familiar weapon at hand. Goods could be seized, animals driven off, or property taken as security until the debt was paid. In theory, this was a routine method of enforcing order. In practice, it could become a flashpoint. At any time, a tenant might answer by taking back what had been seized, but such acts seemed to appear with greater frequency in the years just before the Rising. Sometimes the recovery of distrained property was not a quiet act of resistance, but an open challenge, accompanied by threats or violence against the official involved. A man who took back his goods was not only protecting his household, he was denying the lord's right to punish him through the ordinary machinery of seigneurial justice. By the late 1370s and early 1380s, that kind of response appears often enough to suggest that ordinary discipline was becoming harder to enforce. In some cases, the hostility directed at seigneurial officers went well beyond the rescue of goods. Officials carrying out their duties could be physically attacked. A steward trying to hold court might be obstructed or threatened. In one serious case, a landlord later complained that armed men had assaulted his estate officer and prevented the manor court from sitting at all. That was not a small local quarrel. To stop the court from meeting was to interrupt one of the central instruments of lordship. The place where rents were recorded, dues were demanded, disputes were judged, and authority was displayed in public. If such incidents became possible before the Great Rising, then 1381 begins to look less like a sudden break and more like the culmination of tensions that had already been building for years. That continuity matters. Many of the forms of discontent seen before the revolt reappeared during it in a more dramatic and collective form. The same spirit of insubordination that had shown itself in lordly courts before 1381 was now visible in open rebellion. The demands put to the king during the Rising echoed grievances that had long been present in village life. Hostility to serfdom, resentment of customary tenure, anger at labour services and other burdens that survived beyond a simple money rent, and deep frustration with the judicial powers of lords. The same kinds of people who had already played important roles in local disputes before the revolt, especially members of the village elite, such as chief pledges and other office holders, can be seen again in the rebellion itself. Some of the places that rose most actively in 1381 had already shown signs of strain, disobedience, or confrontation in earlier years. The connection becomes even clearer when the rebels are looked at one by one. Many of those later named in the revolt had already passed through the ordinary cycle of manorial pressures before 1381. Some were behind with rent, some had been fined for failing to keep up buildings. Others had been immersed because their animals strayed onto the Lord's demesne. Those experiences by themselves may seem minor, and for many tenants, they were part of normal manorial life. Yet normality should not be confused with harmlessness. The routine demands of the manor court meant a steady flow of small payments, corrections, humiliations, and reminders of inferiority. A customary tenant might expect to lose a few pence every year to this system, and over time, that constant drain could become a source of bitterness, especially if it fell on people who felt they were working hard to improve their position. In a few cases, it is possible to see a much sharper link between harsh treatment before the revolt and participation in rebellion afterward. One especially revealing example comes from a court session held only days before the outbreak spread more widely. 2 unfree tenants were accused of marrying off daughters without proper permission, even though they insisted that the required payment had already been made. In the same place, members of one family were punished for sheltering a kinsman who had broken an employment contract. Within days, those very people were involved in burning the manorial records. That sequence is striking not because it proves a single direct cause, but because it shows how recent and personal the pressure could be. For some rebels, the move from grievance to action did not require years of reflection. The provocation was immediate. Yet the revolt was not led only by the oppressed in the narrowest sense. Some of the most prominent rebels were men whose economic position had been improving before 1381. A number of them had been acquiring land, building houses, increasing flocks, or expanding their role in village trade and brewing. One had risen in the service of his lord while also accumulating several separate holdings. Others bought small holdings, secured reversions to additional land, gathered timber for new construction, or expanded the number of animals they owned. In some households, brewing had become a major source of income. These were not men standing outside the economy in despair. They were people on the move, trying to take advantage of opportunities created by the changed conditions after the plague. That is precisely why their experiences matter. Lords and officials could profit from peasant success. Entry fines for newly acquired land might be pushed above the average. Brewing fines could become unusually heavy. Trespasses by animals, which may partly reflect the growth of peasant pastoralism, could bring increasingly large amercements. In some cases, a household that was prospering in a visible way seems also to have been milked more aggressively through the manor court. Here, the idea of rising expectations becomes something more concrete. It was not simply that peasants dreamed of better things and were disappointed. Some had already begun to improve their lives, only to find that a watchful lordship was ready to tax, fine, and exploit those gains. Ambition itself could make a tenant more vulnerable. This helps explain why the revolt cannot be reduced to a movement of the poorest alone. Prosperity and pressure could exist together. A peasant with more sheep, more land, or more trade was not necessarily content. He might be more resentful than before because he could now see more clearly what lordship cost him. The very people who were climbing, building, or investing had more to lose from arbitrary exactions and more reason to object to an administration that tightened its grip just as they were advancing. Among the rebels were also men with experience in local office, who had already shown signs of resistance before 1381. Some had refused to serve as bailiffs, jurors, or in other administrative roles. These refusals are especially suggestive. They point toward a growing unwillingness among members of the local elite to remain caught between their neighbours and their lords. The office holder in the manor was expected to present offences, collect dues, and help keep the system functioning. But he also lived among the people against whom the system worked. It is easy to imagine that over time some of these men came to see their position as intolerable. Their participation in revolt may represent more than personal discontent. It may mark the moment when a section of the village leadership finally chose to stand openly with their communities, rather than continue to mediate an increasingly resented regime. Even so, the rising of 1381 cannot be explained solely through relations between lord and tenant. That would make the event too small. The rebels did not live in sealed village worlds. Royal government had become increasingly visible in rural life. The Crown's courts, commissions, and justices reached more deeply into the countryside than before. In the years before the revolt, people in parts of Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk would have seen important royal judges at work in their region, not as distant names but as living figures attached to specific decisions, penalties, and disputes. The labour laws had also brought royal authority directly into daily working life. Cases about wages, contracts, and service passed through higher courts as well as local sessions. People who later took part in the revolt can be found involved in legal business before the Crown's judges, whether in labour disputes, trespasses, or land conflicts. Such experiences may not have turned them into rebels by themselves, but they must have shaped their view of authority. That matters because it blurs the line between social and political grievance. A man who had suffered in his lord's court might also have seen the king's justices enforce labour laws against his neighbours. A village that resented seigneurial exactions might also resent tax collectors and sheriffs. Officials of the Crown and servants of great landlords often overlapped in office, influence, and friendship. The same men who acted as estate stewards might also serve as justices of the peace or royal commissioners. The same networks of power ran through local government, manorial administration, and the central courts. To people living under this system, it may have looked less like a collection of separate authorities and more like one connected structure. The king's wars added still another burden. Military service touched some communities directly, and taxation touched nearly all of them. The newer poll taxes were especially explosive because they spread the burden downward onto the less wealthy and, in doing so, cut across established local habits of assessment and collection. Villages that had long handled fiscal matters through their own leading men suddenly found themselves confronted by a more intrusive and universal demand. Some future rebels appear in the poll tax lists, no doubt paying unwillingly. Others are harder to trace and may possibly have tried to evade payment even before open rebellion. But the deepest significance of the tax lies not in individual evasion. It lies in its universality. It reached into every community and forced the cost of war onto people already sensitive to dues, wages, and authority. That gave the rebellion an intensity and breadth that purely local grievances alone might not have produced. Still, even the combination of seigneurial oppression and state interference does not fully explain the shape of the revolt. One of the most striking things about 1381 is that it did not remain a collection of private vendettas. Some local tyrants were certainly attacked. Some quarrels and personal grievances clearly fed into the violence. Yet the rebels were willing to generalize their demands and act against a much wider system. Men who had suffered most directly under one particular lord might turn their violence elsewhere, against judges, royal officers, or magnates, far beyond their own village. a tenant badly treated in his manor court could end up helping to plunder the property of a great political figure. The point was not simply revenge. It was that the different faces of power had come to seem connected. That same broadening of vision appears in the behaviour of Kent. The county did not live under classic serfdom, and manorial authority there was in many ways weaker than in the neighbouring counties. Yet Kent was deeply involved in the rising. That is one of the strongest reasons for rejecting any explanation that relies too narrowly on servile oppression alone. The people of Kent were not rising because they were burdened by exactly the same legal disabilities as their neighbours north of the Thames. Their participation suggests something larger: hostility to lordship in a broader sense, resentment of political authority, and perhaps the belief that the whole structure of rule had become corrupt and unjust. That wider radicalism is visible in the destruction of manorial records. The burning of court rolls was not directed only at especially cruel lords or especially oppressive estates. It appears across manors of many different kinds. That lack of careful selection suggests a much more general hostility to the whole framework of customary lordship. The message was plain. If the records vanished, then the obligations they contained might vanish with them. In at least one case, the post-revolt wording of the court record leaves no doubt about what the tenants had wanted. They claimed that they should hold land forever, freely, and by their own will, not at the will of the Lord. That was not a small adjustment. It was an attack on the very principle of customary tenure, and on the authority that made it meaningful. The same applies to the famous demand at Smithfield for the removal of the machinery of lordship and government, leaving only a much simpler form of local order. This can sound naive if treated as a wild fantasy shouted in a moment of upheaval. But many of the rebels were not politically ignorant. A surprising number had direct experience of village administration and law enforcement. Men who served as chief pledges or constables understood perfectly well what local order required. They knew what watch and ward meant. They knew how communities could police themselves. From that perspective, the vision of a society without the heavy superstructure of lordly and royal coercion does not seem childish at all. It looks like a serious, if radical, attempt to imagine government stripped back to its local foundations. None of this means that every rebel shared exactly the same aim. The movement was too broad and too mixed for that. Some people joined for plunder, some acted out old feuds. Village quarrels and family rivalries certainly shaped alliances and choices. Men who hated one another before 1381 did not magically forget it when the revolt began. Some of the violence that now seems random was probably rooted in long memories of insult, trespass, litigation, and personal rivalry. Those private tensions helped determine who sided with whom, who stayed home, who informed afterward, and who took the opportunity to strike an old enemy. Such motives were real, but they should not be allowed to swallow the whole event. To explain the revolt mainly through local feuds would make nonsense of its scale, its demands, and its reach. The broader evidence points in another direction. The rebels were capable of thinking beyond their own village and beyond their own personal injuries. Their demands in London were general, sweeping, and in some cases profoundly radical. They came from the estates of many different kinds of landlords, not only from those where conditions were worst. Even places where tenants enjoyed unusual privileges could support the rising. This suggests that many participants were hostile not merely to a few bad lords, but to lordship itself as a system. That hostility did not always produce a fully coherent political program, but it was nonetheless real. In its most extreme form, it reached toward a world in which all men would share what had once belonged to lords alone. Finally, the atmosphere of 1381 cannot be understood without remembering the excitement and dread of the moment itself. The controversy over the poll tax created a sharp, immediate crisis. but the emotional climate may have been charged by more than taxation. Medieval people were alert to signs and wonders, to storms, disasters, and strange events that seemed to warn of approaching upheaval. A great storm or a destructive gale could feed the sense that the world was entering a moment of judgment. In such an atmosphere, long-standing tensions might suddenly become action. The revolt of 1381 still resists any easy explanation. That is one reason it has continued to trouble historians for so long. It does not fit the simple model of a starving people rising because life had suddenly become unbearable. If sheer misery alone had been enough to trigger a great rebellion, then England would have exploded much earlier, in the hard years of the late 13th and early 14th centuries, when bad harvests, famine, heavy rents, and royal taxation pressed more cruelly on ordinary people than they did in 1381. By the later 14th century, conditions had changed. The repeated outbreaks of plague had reduced the population. That loss was terrible, but for many of the survivors it also created new opportunities. Wages rose, land became easier to obtain, pressure on pasture eased, food, after some difficult years, became more affordable. Small cultivators and labourers could imagine improving their lives. So the rising of 1381 has to be understood not as a desperate cry from the very bottom, but as an eruption in a society where many people had begun to expect more from life and had become less willing to accept the old restraints. Suffolk offers an especially clear way into this world. It was a rich and varied county with strong arable districts, but also woodland, heaths, wetlands, and pasture. It was heavily settled and economically active. Agriculture mattered, but so did fishing, peat cutting, trade, and above all, cloth production. Markets were numerous, and even many small settlements had a commercial character. The cloth industry spread through towns, villages, and hamlets, especially in parts of the southwest. This was not a countryside dominated by a few compact villages under a single lord. Much of Suffolk was a dispersed landscape of scattered houses, hamlets, broken field patterns, and enclosed land. Manors often overlapped awkwardly with villages rather than controlling them as a single unit. Great monasteries and ecclesiastical estates certainly shaped parts of the county, especially around centres like Bury, but lay landlords, especially the gentry, also held a large share of manors. Suffolk was therefore socially mixed, commercially active, and full of overlapping authorities. It was also more complicated in terms of freedom and unfreedom than its reputation sometimes suggests. The county is often remembered as a land of free tenants, and there is truth in that. Free peasants were certainly numerous, but alongside them stood large numbers of customary tenants and unfree people, both on ecclesiastical and lay estates. Many thousands of men and women in late medieval Suffolk still lived under burdens that marked them off from their freer neighbours. These differences mattered, not just in principle, but in daily life. Customary tenants and serfs usually carried heavier financial obligations. Their rents could be higher, their rights more restricted, their marriages supervised, their inheritance less secure, and their land transfers more tightly controlled. In a county where partable inheritance and an active land market made property relationships especially fluid, these distinctions could not have gone unnoticed. A peasant could see freedom and servility existing side by side. The structure of landholding sharpened these tensions further. Most holdings were very small. A majority of tenants held 5 acres or less. Such people could not live on arable alone. They depended on wage labour, craft work, petty trade, and access to commons and woodland. The poll tax evidence suggests a society in which labourers, servants, and people with non-agricultural occupations formed a very large share of the population. At the top stood only a small minority with larger holdings. This was not a county of prosperous peasants alone, though prosperous peasants certainly existed. It was a county where many households balanced precariously between land, labour, and trade, and where even modest improvements in opportunity could have an enormous effect on expectations. The events of June 1381 in Suffolk at first looked chaotic. Bands of rebels moved across the county under different leaders. They attacked some of the most famous enemies of the commons, but they also extorted money, plundered goods, and threatened local people. Yet beneath this apparent disorder there was structure. The rebels did not move randomly. They struck at places that mattered in the government of the county. They targeted towns and administrative centres. They attacked men who represented authority, including leading justices, escheates, and others who stood at the intersection of county government and local domination. In some places they seemed to have done more than destroy. They behaved as though they were taking charge. When a rebel band tried to force the constable of 100 to raise armed men for their cause and pay them wages, that was not mere violence. It was an attempt to command. When another group was accused of acting as though royal power now belonged to them, the charge may have been hostile, but it captured something real. These rebels were not simply rejecting order. They were trying to replace one order with another. That political side of the rising cannot be separated from social anger. The killing of powerful figures in Suffolk was not random. Sir John Cavendish was hated not only because he stood high in royal justice, but because he had personally enforced the labour laws and was widely suspected of siding with monastic interests against ordinary people. The monks of Bury had their own long and bitter conflicts with those around them, and some of the dead in 1381 were men deeply associated with that struggle. The widespread destruction of manorial court rolls reveals the same logic. The rebels were not burning paper out of ignorance. They were going after the written foundation of servility, customary dues, and seigneurial power. To destroy those records was to make a claim about the future. It was an attempt to erase the legal memory that kept people bound. The lives of the named rebels help make this clearer. Many of the leaders came from the upper ranks of peasant society. They held land, owned animals, and served in manorial office as bailiffs, jurors, chief pledges, and afferers. They were the sort of men landlords needed in order to keep village government functioning. In ordinary times, they stood inside the machinery of authority. In 1381, many of them turned against it. Alongside them were humbler figures, landless youths, women involved in brewing, servants, labourers, petty traders. There were even a few members of the lesser gentry and clergy. One leading rebel stood clearly above the rest in wealth and public role, but he was exceptional. The great majority were peasants, artisans, and small people whose world was the manor, the market, and the village court. Their rebellion must be understood at that level. The suddenness of the rising has often added to its mystery, but Suffolk was not a county without a history of conflict. Long before 1381, there were signs of organised resistance. One of the clearest examples came from Mildenhall, where tensions with the Abbey of Bury had already flared decades earlier. That was a rich manor, enormously valuable to its monastic lords, and its tenants were deeply entangled in questions of status and obligation. In the early 14th century, one tenant challenged the abbey by arguing that the people of Mildenhall should enjoy the special privileges associated with ancient domain. Behind the legal language lay a larger issue. The tenants were contesting recognition fines, marriage fines, entry fines, and other burdens typical of servile tenure. This was not the complaint of a solitary individual. It appears to have expressed the interests of a wider group of customary tenants who were beginning to ask whether old demands were really legitimate. The struggle did not end there. In the years that followed, legal expenses continued. Old fines remained unsettled, and signs of unrest multiplied. Later disputes brought in other tenants of substance. Questions arose over sheepfolds, over the lord's right to control them, and over wider seigneurial claims. In the early 1340s, a major disturbance broke out when a court session was interrupted, and the abbey's officers were prevented from carrying out punishments. Brewers were rescued from public humiliation, an officer was assaulted, and his goods were taken. The names involved reveal continuity with earlier conflicts. The same families and some of the same tenants who had already opposed the abbey now reappeared in open action. There were also internal divisions among the villagers. Free tenants sought reforms that would preserve their own standing, while others seemed to have had broader and more radical ideas about freedom and ancient rights. Mildenhall did not forget these tensions. In 1381, its people were active again, this time in the hunt for the Prior of Bury. This longer history matters because it shows that Suffolk's peasants were not new to confrontation. By the time the plague changed the economy, many of the basic tensions were already present. After the plague, however, they took on a new intensity. Wages rose because labour was scarce. Tenants found it easier to bargain. Some lords leased their domains for fixed rents. Leasehold arrangements spread further. Yet the social institutions that governed village life remained stubbornly conservative. Landlords had every reason to hold on to the forms of control that still gave them power and income. They might adapt in economic detail, but they were unwilling to surrender the principles of lordship. The result was a constant series of frictions. Tenants failed to pay rents and perform labour services, sometimes in large numbers and over long periods. A handful might miss a harvest boon, but at other times dozens neglected winter work or harvest obligations. These failures were too frequent and too collective to be dismissed as simple forgetfulness. They suggest a continuing unwillingness to submit fully to seigneurial expectations. Lords, meanwhile, watched their customary holdings closely. Since these tenures generated a large share of rental income, every transfer, repair, tree, and building mattered. But tenants often behaved as if they held free land. They sold, leased, cut timber, moved materials, and rearranged holdings in their own interest. If population decline made it practical to merge holdings and demolish redundant buildings, that might benefit a tenant but alarm a lord who saw the value of the tenement slipping away. Some tenants acted with remarkable boldness. One man cut down valuable trees from his holding and sold them without permission. Instead of repairing a decayed barn as ordered, he carried off its materials and used them to build a new house on a different property. Another man, a serf, had quietly taken over a customary holding and then flatly refused to accept it through the normal manorial process, or promised the repairs that went with it. He had already secured control over a free tenement by using legal devices designed to hide his possession. These were not passive peasants crushed by power. They were resourceful, assertive, and increasingly willing to test the edges of the system. The fact that lords could still discover and punish such behaviour did not make the challenge less serious. It only deepened the conflict. Serfs appear especially often in the Suffolk records because they were the ones most sharply restricted and therefore among the most likely to push back. They left the manor, married without license, hid such marriages and obtained free land without permission. Some tried not merely to evade servility, but to deny it altogether. One family's long struggle over status shows how deeply these issues could run. A grandfather had fled from one manor to another, trying to escape the claim that he was unfree. Lords bargained over him as though he were a possession. Decades later, his descendants were still insisting that they were free. Other cases reveal lords imposing harsh penalties, not only on rebellious serfs, but on relatives or allies who helped them. A young ward allowed to leave a manor could expose his kin to enormous fines. That sort of pressure could make servility feel both humiliating and inescapable. Alongside these larger disputes, there was a steady flow of smaller confrontations. Corn disappeared at harvest. Animals repeatedly strayed onto the lord's crops. Fish and game were taken. Officials were threatened or attacked. Goods seized in distraint were recovered by force. These were not isolated acts in a peaceful world. They formed part of a long struggle in which peasants looked for every opening, while lords used every remaining power to defend their position. What changed in the post-plague decades was the tone. The peasants had become more confident because many were doing better. Their flocks and herds were larger. Their wages were higher. Their access to land and cash was improving. That material change did not remove conflict, it sharpened it. The pressure fell especially hard on the machinery of village government. Lords depended on local officials to make their rule work. Bailiffs, reeves, chief pledges, jurors, and others were drawn from the peasantry itself. This arrangement was useful because it gave the lord local knowledge and unpaid administration. It also softened seigneurial power by forcing it to pass through men who lived among their neighbours. But that same position was deeply uncomfortable. The official had obligations upward and obligations sideways. He was expected to expose offences, collect dues, and support the lord's rights. Yet he also needed to live in a village where neighbours expected discretion and protection. In a time of growing tension, that balance became unstable. Officials could be punished by the lord for slackness and resented by their neighbours for cooperation. It is therefore not surprising that office was sometimes refused. A future rebel rejected service as a juror. In another case, an entire group of village officials boycotted a court session during a moment of particular strain when the lord's property had been stolen and his reeve badly attacked. Such refusals mattered. They were not just personal inconveniences. They threatened the functioning of the manor itself. By the late 1370s, the village men needed to operate lordship were becoming less willing to do so. That was one of the clearest warning signs before 1381. Royal government added another layer of resentment. After the plague, landlords leaned heavily on the state for help in disciplining labour. The labour laws tried to hold wages down and force workers to accept service. Sometimes lords even enforced such rules in their own courts. A labourer could be compelled by local officers to work for the lady of the manor and punished bodily if he refused. More often, the burden of enforcement fell on the king's courts and on justices of the peace. Their activity was very visible. Important royal judges sat in Suffolk in the years before the revolt, hearing cases under the labour laws and elsewhere. The point was not simply that the law existed, but that it could reach directly into village life. People saw neighbours prosecuted not because they had done something rare, but because they had been unlucky enough to be selected. The resentment this bred was not just about money. It was about arbitrariness, humiliation, and interference in a labour market that people increasingly felt should work to their advantage. Taxation deepened these feelings. The Crown's experiments with new forms of taxation hit Suffolk hard. One tax had to be adjusted upward when it failed to raise what the government expected, which only sharpened anger. In one Fen Edge village, a group of royal officials came to collect money that had not been paid. They seized goods in distraint. The villagers answered with force. They assaulted the officials, broke the wand of office of one of them, recovered the goods, and kept the collectors out of the village. The incident is striking because it looks like a rehearsal for 1381. It involved named people from the village elite, including men who later appear in official roles again. It also drew in one of the great figures who would later die in the revolt. By 1381, that man was not merely a symbol of distant royal justice. He was someone whom local people had reason to remember. This is what gave the Rising its force. Lords and the royal government together had created a broad sense of grievance that reached across Suffolk society. Peasants of substance, smallholders, labourers, village officers, and even a few members of the lesser gentry could all feel, for different reasons, that the system pressed too hard. The link between political and social resentment appears clearly in a petition from one coastal community in the years before the revolt. The people complained that they had been grouped for royal naval obligations with far wealthier places. They protested the burden of the king's demands, but they also stressed that they were unfree and lacked the liberties that would allow them to prosper like borough dwellers. In that single complaint appear several of the great themes that would surface in 1381. Resentment of servility, awareness of privilege elsewhere, anger at royal fiscal pressure, and the belief that legal disabilities were holding people back from wealth. Suffolk, therefore, shows that the Rising was neither irrational nor accidental. It grew out of a long history of opposition to lordship, sharpened by the economic changes after the plague and intensified by the intervention of royal government in wages, taxation, and justice. The people who rose in 1381 were not simply the poorest of the poor. Many were men and women whose condition had improved enough for them to imagine more freedom, more property, and more control over their own lives. What made the situation explosive was that the institutions around them had not changed at the same speed. Lords still defended ancient powers. The state still reached into village life. Village officials still carried impossible burdens between authority and community. In such a world, rebellion no longer looks unnecessary. It looks like the moment when long-running friction finally turned into open resistance. One last piece of the story lies not in rents, courts, or taxes, but in the way ordinary people imagined the world around them. The rebels of 1381 were raised in a culture that did not simply teach obedience. Popular stories, seasonal customs, village gatherings, and festive rituals could all carry an undercurrent of mockery toward power. A small clue survives in the nickname of one Suffolk villager known as Little John. That detail may seem trivial, but it suggests that tales of outlaws were already circulating widely enough to shape how people named and recognised one another. If stories of Robin Hood were already familiar, they would have offered more than entertainment. In a county full of rumour about grasping monks, corrupt justice, and collusion among the powerful, a tale in which outlaws outwitted greedy churchmen and dishonest judges could speak directly to village experience. Such stories did not automatically produce rebellion, but they could help create a language in which resistance felt imaginable. Popular legend mattered because it gave moral shape to resentment. A corrupt abbot or an unjust official did not have to be understood only through legal argument. He could also be recognised as the villain of a story everyone already knew. That kind of culture gave ordinary people a way to interpret real events through familiar patterns of right and wrong. Modern readers may be tempted to dismiss such tales as harmless amusement, but their meaning depended on the audience and the moment. In a tense countryside, where villagers were already suspicious of local courts and monastic power, outlaw stories could become sharply relevant. They offered a world in which ordinary men were not helpless, in which the mighty could be humiliated, and in which justice might exist outside official institutions. The same is true of festive customs. Later, medieval England was full of seasonal games and public celebrations in which hierarchy could be temporarily turned upside down. During summer festivities, people played roles, elected mock lords and ladies, and entered a world where the normal order of things was inverted for a day. These rituals are often explained as harmless release valves, moments when social tensions were safely contained because they were allowed symbolic expression. But that was not their only possible effect. In some circumstances, they could sharpen awareness of inequality rather than soften it. A game that mocked lordship might remain playful in one year and feel dangerously close to reality in another. The line between ritual reversal and open challenge was not always secure. A revealing incident from Suffolk shows how thin that line could be. A group of villagers once entered their lord's property and staged a summer game inside his hall. The punishment was unusually severe, suggesting that something about the act had crossed an invisible boundary. Perhaps the players themselves pushed too far. Perhaps the lord had grown less tolerant in a harsher age. Either way, the episode captures the tension of the later 14th century. Customs that may once have been accepted as festive were now capable of provoking alarm. What had been tolerated as play could begin to look like insolence. The timing of the revolt makes these customs even more significant. The first outbreaks in Essex and Kent came during Whitsun Week, precisely the season when summer games were normally held. That was also a time when large public gatherings were expected anyway, because manorial and local sessions were often held then as well. The rising reached Suffolk in the following days, with one of its most active moments falling on the feast of Corpus Christi, another occasion tied to public procession, collective celebration, and crowded parish life. Suffolk was especially rich in guilds and communal religious activity, and many of the places that later produced rebels were also places where such associations existed. None of these institutions were rebellious in themselves, but they brought people together, reinforced local solidarity, and accustomed communities to acting as bodies rather than as isolated individuals. That point is crucial. Rural rebellion does not emerge only from grievance. It also requires ways for people to assemble, talk, decide, and move together. Village society already possessed those mechanisms through religion, festivity, office holding, and custom. Parish guilds, holiday games, and public ceremonies helped build habits of sociability and cooperation. They taught people how to gather, how to act collectively, and how to imagine themselves as part of a community. Under normal conditions, those habits served accepted purposes. In a moment of crisis, they could be redirected. A holiday crowd could become a political crowd. A festive assembly could become a rebel band. What changed was not the existence of collective forms, but the use to which they were put. This is why the revolt of 1381 becomes much easier to understand once its many origins are allowed to stand together. The foundation lay in the long strain between lords and those beneath them, a strain visible in every dispute over rent, status, labour, land, and justice. In a county like Suffolk, that strain was sharpened by a mixed and restless society, where free and unfree lived side by side, where markets and industry widened horizons, and where ambitious peasants and artisans were increasingly conscious of what old restrictions cost them. Economic change had opened possibilities without breaking lordship. Men and women could feel more capable and more frustrated at the same time. At the same time, royal government was pressing more deeply into ordinary life. People still might hope that the law would defend them against local oppression. But that hope was weakened when Labour legislation revealed how easily justice could serve the interests of the powerful. Courts that might once have appeared distant and impartial now looked partial and corrupt. The wave of taxation that began in the 1370s deepened this impression, especially when new levies seemed badly managed, socially unfair, and blind to the realities of village life. The state no longer appeared simply as a guarantor of order. It increasingly looked like a partner in exploitation. So when rebellion came, it did not come to isolated and helpless individuals. It came to communities that already had leaders, already had forms of gathering, already had ways of speaking about injustice, and already possessed a culture that could, at times, mock and morally condemn those in authority. Popular tales, holiday rituals, parish guilds, village offices, and communal assemblies did not cause the revolt by themselves, but they helped make resistance thinkable, shareable, and organised. They gave the rising its human setting. The revolt of 1381 was not born from a single grievance, and it cannot be reduced to famine, taxes, serfdom, or political rumour alone. It grew from a whole social world in which opportunity had expanded, authority remained heavy, and communities had both the will and the means to act together. That is why it was not an accident and not a passing madness. It was the product of a countryside that had been changing for decades, and of a people whose anger had found not only causes, but also a voice, a memory, and a way to move.